Hi guys. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello. Hi, Nan. It's going. Yeah, isn't it always? Despite some of our best efforts sometimes. How's it going? Oh, my face mask matches my sweatshirt. I'm gonna do a face mask. Hope that's cool. If it isn't, well, tough titties. How are you? Now I can't see anything. Now I can't fucking see. Huh. Second! Wait, second what? Person in here? I had a couple people in here. People just aren't into this tonight, I guess. People just aren't into this right now. But I figured, yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. We're going to do a face mask. I'm not trying to sell you anything, just to be clear. I'm literally just doing it because it's Sunday, and I told myself I would do a face mask every Sunday, and I have not done it. I have kept that up exactly 0 times, even though I told myself I would do that like 2 months ago. So, here we are. It's Sunday. God, I keep putting my glasses up, and I can't see what's going on. Oh, it's just people joining. Okay. We're good. Okay. All right. I also did my hair today, but I got a late start, so it's like I'm not going to get to enjoy the fruits of my labor. I'm going to sleep on it tonight, and it's going to look worse tomorrow. Already. Ah! God, I always do this. I never plan correctly for this. Okay. Slimy. I've yet to figure out if there's like a side that I'm supposed to use. I don't think so. Ugh. Here we go. Why am I always on your feed? I don't know, Tori. Why am I? You can block me if you don't like that. If that upsets you, I apologize. I don't mean to darken your doorstep or make your feed any less fun. Maybe the algo knows something we don't about us. If you catch my drift. I don't know if is this the right side? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna, why isn't this laying? Okay, I'm gonna split it there so that it lays flat. Why is it lifting? Why? Oh. Uh-oh, my hair that I just did so nicely. There we go. I'm not trying to sell anything, guys. I'm really just doing a face mask, by the way. I told myself I would do face masks every Sunday, and it's Sunday, and I did not do a face mask. I don't think I did a face mask last Sunday either. I'm supposed to be doing quote-unquote self-care. Oh, you know what? Shit. I did just realize I usually like to leave the lip thing on my lips to get some nice moisture going there, but I guess I'm going to talk to you guys. So, that's not going to be very good. No phantom of the other eyes. What, Chris? Inside your mind. Did you find me through my musical TikTok? TikTok did not like that video. It did not do numbies. Blah. Sorry, I'm not selling anything to you guys. I'm literally just doing a face mask. I am not selling this to you. I figured we could just hang out. My boyf is out of town. You know? What else? Hi, Kayla. I'm drinking my water. Inside your phone. Oh, thank you for the heart me. There's a glitch in the face mask company? What does that mean? What does that mean? I know, I kind of do too, Naz. I kind of want to see MAGA come in here and trying to rile me up while I'm in a face mask. Like, good luck, dude. This is maximum relaxation. You know? Also, like, you know, you're going to try to, like, rile me up. I'm, like, doing face masks in front of a bunch of strangers. You really think you can get to me that easily? Thank you, Ruben. Sorry, I like literally I can't read the chat very well because I put my glasses up. This is I was gonna say this is my Sunday night ritual. It's not, but I want it to be. Wishful thinking, fake it till you make it, right? That's what we're doing right now. We are faking the Sunday ritual until it becomes the Sunday ritual. There we go. Look at that. I will say, when I usually do these face masks, I usually put this on my lips. Because I feel like, you know, my lips could also be hydrated. They could also use with the moisturizing collagen and all that stuff. But, alas, I'm just going to put this up here. I do flip it up. This is what I do. I flip it up when I'm, like, drinking or eating. Am I making turkey? Yeah, the Sunday Scaries, exactly. Perfect for the Sunday Scaries. That's what I should have named the live. I am not making turkey. I am making a pie for my boyf's mom's Thanksgiving. He has requested a very specific pie that I've never made before. I'm a little frustrated because I have my grandmother's pumpkin pie recipe. Not that I've made that before either. However, I mean, I've made pumpkin pie before, like from, you know, like easy pumpkin pie or whatever. However, my aunt makes this pumpkin pie recipe like every year, and it turns out great. So like at least I know it's it's a good recipe. It's relatively simple. It's got all that like hand notes in the margins, you know. But so I'm just using the extra juice now. But, hi, Sigma. Exactly. It puts the lotion on the skin. Quid pro quo, Clarice. Quid pro quo. I would say this is how I stay looking youthful, but we know that's a lie. But it does feel nice. And my skin does look nice afterwards. Okay, sorry. I'm not trying to sell you these. This is not what we're doing. There we go. Haha, now I can read the chat again a little bit better. Kayla, thank you for the rose and thank you for the heart me. Sigma, thank you for the heart me. How we doing tonight? Let me just make sure the chat is set up for everyone. My water's right here. I literally just refilled it. And it's open because I just drank from it. See? I'm drinking water. Especially when I'm doing face mask stuff, that's when I remember to drink water, because I'm like, oh yeah, number one best thing to do for your skin is hydrate. So, water check complete. Thank you, Kalia. Thank you for your service. Yeah. Thank you, Rick. Thank you for the roses, Rick. Oh, yeah, here we go. What's one of the good ones? Phantom of the Opera? One of the good musicals? Yeah, it is. The Phantom of the Opera. Or what? Are you referring to something else? Moulin Rouge? Moulin Rouge is very good. Also one of the good ones. Did he really, Kayla? I have tattoos. Oh, yeah, no, these are one of the good ones. This one, I haven't tried this one. So I got the 4-pack thing. Because I got like a single pack, you know, you can get like the deep collagen whatever thing that's like 1 pack of these. And I really liked it. So I ended up getting like the 4-pack. And I'm making my way through it. I really like these. I'm not trying to sell these to you. There's no link. There's no anything like that. But said it ruined the meat. That's funny. But it ruined all the meat. Can you see with them? With this? Yeah, I can see with this. Look at that. So here's the thing, like the eye holes come separately, you know, just because, and you're not really supposed to do them, but I chop them in half with my fingernail, and then I put half like up here. And I usually also put the other half like here by my nose. I also usually put the lip thingy on my lips. But primed for Friendsgiving. I'm going to my boyfriend's mother's house for like an actual family Thanksgiving. Oh. I have to bake a pie I've never baked before. I'm going to need your support. I'm doing this because I'm trying to be someone who does face masks every Sunday. This is the first like Sunday I was like, today is a Sunday and I'm going to do a face mask. So yay, success, high five. I want to be this person who like remembers to do it. You make the best pecan pie? Do you really? Yeah, exactly. I do the same, T-Bell. In fact, I just did that. I'm like, you got to use every piece of the buffalo, right? Of the face mask. Okay, there we go. Anyway, so what should we talk about tonight? Can we talk about stuff, or are you guys just not going to be able to take me seriously while I talk about things? I also did my hair. It's in a gel cast right now. It's like mostly dry. I should have done it earlier. I got a late start, but I try to do my hair every Sunday. And then and it was like up. I had it up in a towel, and then I realized how late it was, and I had to go feed my boyfriend's cats tonight because he's out of town. So I was like, fuck it, and I just walked there in my towel, not in my towel, you know, but like with my hair in a towel. And I stopped by the grocery store like that, and I was like, you know what? This is really liberating. I've done one outing before with like a towel in my hair, maybe 2, but usually just like walking my dog, you know what I mean? Like right out in front. But, oh, that's good to know, T-Bell. No, he sent me a very specific recipe he wants me to do. It's from a like famous fancy bakery near us. So he wants me to do that. I was going to do my grandma's pumpkin pie recipe, but I don't think he was very excited about it. I am, T-Bell. Ew, sunset. Yeah, exactly, right, Robin? I'm copying one. He sent me he wants me to bake it. They're really expensive. But they like put out, I guess, a recipe book, but they also have a couple recipes online. He had a very specific request. I'm like slightly annoyed at it. I'm like, if you're gonna request a very specific type of pie, like you best be the one who knows how to make it. And he keeps being like, well, it's easy. It's just pie. Pie's easy. And I'm like, great. So that means you're baking it, right? And he's like, well, you're the baker. And I'm like, yeah, I don't fucking bake pies. Like, I don't know. You know? Oh, dear. Oh, thank you, Robin. I know, right? Brave. It's brave to try a recipe you've never tried before. Wait, did it reconnect already? Sorry, someone's on YouTube as well. Stevie. Iron Maiden did a good... They did, Stevie. I actually know exactly what you're talking about. No, that's okay. Thank you, Robin. Yeah, it is brave, right? T-Bell, like, doing this nonsense of, like, baking something I've never baked before. And I tried to tell him that, too, where he was like, hey, can you bake a pie for Thanksgiving? And I was like, he's like, because I told my mom, Masha, that you'd bring something sweet. And I was like, okay, sure. Oh no, T-Bill, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's fun, Jared. But this is like for other people. Like I love trying new recipes too, for sure. But this is like for my boyfriend's mother for her Thanksgiving dinner. You know what I mean? And he's given me this pie, and I was like, okay, I can do it. Like originally, he's like, can you make like a dessert thing? Can you make like a pie? And I was like, sure. And I was like, I'll pull my grandmother's like pumpkin pie recipe out. I've never actually made her recipe, but my aunt makes it all the time. I have a photo of the cookbook that has like all the handwritten notes in the margins and stuff. When my aunt makes it, it's delicious. So I'm like, cool, tried and true recipe. I've also made a pumpkin pie before many, many years ago. But so like it's relatively simple as far as pies go, and I can whatever. And I told him with that, I was like, I'll bake this pumpkin pie, but like you got to be ready for us to have to go out and buy a pie last minute, because and he's like, it'll be fine. And I was like, well, okay, but I'm telling you, in case it isn't fine, because who fucking knows? Because I am not experienced in baking this. Like, I'm just letting you know there should be a backup plan. And he's like, it's going to be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be great. Yeah, I might do that, T-Bell. I think so. And whatever. Back and forth. But I was like, all right, whatever. Like, I was like, fine. If it comes out poorly, I'll go and buy a pie at the grocery store. It doesn't matter. I was like, there will be a pie. But I just need you to know that, like, anyway. So tonight we're talking. Oh, thank you. Hi, William. Then, tonight we're talking about it, and I get this vibe. He's like, oh, you should make, like, another pie, like, oh, we should make, like, we can, and I was like, so you don't want pumpkin pie? He's like, no, we can do pumpkin pie, but also something else. And I was like, you keep saying we. I'm the one who's going to be fucking baking this pies. And so, whatever, back and forth. Oh, thank you. In the crust for light and fluffy, let it come down to room temperature like that. Well, the recipe so ultimately he was like, well, do you know this like 4 and 20 bake shop? And I was like, what? No. He's like, you don't know them? I was like, no. He's like, oh, they're like close to you, and you should know them. I was like, what? Okay, what do you fucking want from this place? I was like, you want me to like look at their pies and get inspiration? And he's like, no, they have They also have like a cookbook and blah, blah, blah. Long story short, he sends me a recipe to one of their pies that's like not an apple pie. It's a caramel apple pie. And like I have to make the dough, like the pie crust, like the night before and stuff. No, it's like, okay, I'll make this fucking pie, but like I'm only making one. I'm not gonna make this and the pancake, the pumpkin one. But also, like, if this turns out poorly, you don't get to be mad at me because I have never made this. And he keeps saying, like, it's easy, it's pie, it's easy, it's pie. And I'm like, you don't fucking bake, dude. Like, how easy is it to tell someone what they do is easy when you don't do it? Yeah, I'm talking smack, Philippe. Here's the man himself. Here's the fucking man himself. I am talking smack. As easy as pie. That's what he was saying, T-Bell. That's what he was saying. He's like, it's easy. It's easy as pie. And I was like, you don't fucking know what you're talking about, dude. You don't even fucking know. Apple pie is not easy. Yeah, I know. I've made apple pie like maybe once or twice in my life. Apple pie is harder than most. Pumpkin pie, at the very least, it's like you bake you make the like inner mix, and then you pour it in and you bake it. And like worst case scenario, maybe it cracks. Maybe it gets a little toasty on top. Maybe the mix itself isn't great. But I have a recipe that I know is good, because my aunt makes it. So the mix will be good. If I fuck it up, it's because I cooked it too much or, too little, whatever. Simple. Apple pie is hard. Hi, Teasy. Pie crusts are brutal. Yeah. Easier to just go to the good bakery and get your pies. I agree, William. But the pies at this bakery are like $75 and up. It's like, apple crumble apple crumble is easier. Yeah. Oh, you guys don't know about fucking food prices in Manhattan? Well, Brooklyn. Yeah. Come on, we talk about this like every time I'm on live. I tell you guys how much my last meal cost. And everyone acts shocked. Because it's shocking. Here's the thing, by the way. Still a blue state. We're paying so much more in groceries. I don't want to fucking hear a complaint about grocery prices or food prices from someone, in the middle of fucking nowhere. When I live in a very blue city, Brooklyn, and it cost me $80 to get 2 fucking pizzas, small ones. It cost me $52 to go eat at a diner and get French toast the other night. Remember that? 52 fucking bucks. It costs $75 or more to get a pie at a bakery here. Do they, T-Bell? Maybe you're right. I don't know. Yeah, it's NYC. I know, but I'm saying, like, my groceries are pretty fucking expensive. I can still, vote for human rights. Just saying. Just saying. Alaska isn't even that bad, really. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, groceries are expensive. It fucking sucks. But, my groceries are more expensive. And I'm still not a shitty person because of it. Funny how that works. Anyway, someone's asking to join. Are you going to ruin my self-care night, Jake? Are you here to just, like, ruin the vibe? Let's see. What's up, Jake?
What's good?
It's a face mask. It's not glue.
What's the face mask flavor?
Flavor?
Like, you see,
It's
something
deep
like that.
collagen, niacin, vitamin C. I don't know if you can read that.
Yeah, that's pretty fancy.
I guess. I mean, it's all bullshit anyway. You know what I mean? You can't. Here's a fun thing, guys. When people try to sell you like deep collagen masks, your skin, you can't absorb collagen topically. So when you have a face mask that's like collagen, that's very nice and it feels very nice, but collagen is not soaking into your skin. No, TZ, I'm trying to reverse my age. by about 10 years. I want to wake up looking, like a, I don't know, 50-year-old instead of a 60-year-old. The vitamin C does do most of the work, yeah. So, but these came in like a whole big like pack. Like there's like 4 different types, and this one. They're all like deep collagen. This one has the niacin and the vitamin C. So this is the first time I've tried one of these with the niacin and the. Does it actually have niacin? I wonder if it does. Water, glycerin, dipropylene glycol, carboxylic triglyceride. Oh, niacinamide. Okay, that's a few fucking things in though. All right. Niacinamide we like. Anyway, sorry. What's up? Use for
Nothing much. Want
Oh, that's.
to like argue about something?
You trying to argue about something?
Sure.
Why? I'm just doing face masks, man.
You're right. You're right.
What do you want to argue about?
Nothing. I'm too tired to argue.
You came up here looking for a fight, like explicitly looking for a fight.
No, but you're always arguing with people. I thought it'd be
well, I'm
fun.
fact checking people. I fact check people.
Yeah.
Do you have any facts
I don't got
to
that
check?
many facts.
Yeah. Do you have any non-facts
No.
you would like for me to check?
No, I'm not that opinionated.
Whoa, wait. Thanksgiving gift for your pies? Wait, what does that mean? Did you just gift me something for my pies? I'm sorry. What? How did that work? You didn't send me anything, right? I'm sorry. I'm on YouTube right now as well, and I just got I've got the multi-chat thing there. William, you didn't send me anything.
Hey, what day is Thanksgiving on?
It's this Thursday.
That Thursday?
Yeah. Are you doing anything for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I think so. I don't know.
You think so? Why don't you?
Uncle's house or something. I don't know. I think I might have to work, maybe.
Thank you, William. Oh, chat revenue. Oh my God, William, thank you for the $100. Holy shit. Oh my God. Okay, amazing. Well, now. Wow, sorry, I didn't know. No one's ever sent me anything on YouTube before. Thank you, William. Oh my God, you're my first ever chat revenue gifter person. I didn't even know I could do that. How do I have to find out how to get the money out of fucking YouTube. Thank you, William. You too. You have a great holiday. Oh my God. All right. I'm still gonna. I'm gonna try to bake the pie, but now I'm not like as afraid. Now I can like get the backup pie for sure. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry, my little thing is flipped. Ugh. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, William for the win. So, people on YouTube can see your chat, guys, if you want to send W's for William in the chat on TikTok, because I have it on screen up there. Thank you, William. Oh my God. Either way, you just made my holiday. Yay! W's in the chat for William. Oh God. Amazing. Thank you. Wow. Wow.
Why don't you think Kamala Harris won?
Her name is
What's your
Kamala.
opinion?
Why don't I think she won? I mean, there's so many reasons. Everyone send money to Brenna if you want her to talk more shit about me. Yeah, if you want me to talk more shit about my boy, if you can send me more money. What was I gonna say? Lots of reasons. I mean, she had the shortest campaign in history. She was a woman of color running in America. I think a lot of people, I think it's also more complex than that, right? Like, it is very typical when people are unhappy or frustrated with their situation, they're going to look for a change, no matter what that change is. That's very, very typical. And of course, people are frustrated. We're still dealing with the aftermath of, COVID and fucking Putin's war, and the Nord Stream, pipeline getting blown up and all this shit. And life is more expensive. Corporations are fucking assholes, largely because of conservative economic policy and stuff. We're also still under vastly conservative economic policy, which is frustrating. It does make our lives harder, you know. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't. But also, a lot of people in this country, and I'm saying this, you know, I don't have like vast polling data on this, but I've spoken. You've been in here before, as you've kind of suggested. I speak to a lot of people across the political spectrum, and it's really concerning how few people actually know how this country works, like how few people know how laws are written and who's in charge of that and stuff like that. So I think a lot of people are like looking around and they're like, hey, my groceries are expensive, and they blame Biden for it, not realizing like he doesn't actually have control over that. And like, and people being like, oh, well, he, did these law, or like, I don't like these laws. And it's like, okay, well, the president doesn't write the laws and stuff, you know? And a lot of stuff that people are really frustrated with, it's like direct, it's not from Biden. Like, we can trace everything. Not that the guy was like perfect by any means, not at all. But, we can, when people come up here and I ask them what they're most frustrated with, or like why, they wanted to vote for Donald Trump or whatever, they'll like invariably name some policy or some frustration that I can be like, okay, well, do you know where that's from? Or do you know why that is that way that is? And they have no idea. And they're blaming people, Democrats mostly, for things that are not actually their fault. But I get it, right? I get it, people are busy. We keep defunding education. And by we, I mean Republicans keep voting to defund education, so people don't know how things work. All they know is that they're unhappy, they're frustrated, they're tired, they're overworked, so they want something new again. And they're willing to sacrifice women and people of color and, LGBTQ people when they say, hey, this guy is bad news for us, because they don't directly see that in any immediate form. So it doesn't like seem real to them. It doesn't, that kind of stuff doesn't, if it doesn't affect their daily lives, it doesn't really seem as tangible or as important to them. And so they're not making their decisions with that in mind. They're making their decisions with, groceries in mind, not realizing that their decision actually doesn't make sense if they want their groceries to get cheaper. It's just, it's a multitude. It's a whole huge, set of reasons. Dems abandoned their base. I mean, yes and no, Kino. The problem is they didn't. What they did was like not message. Dems are really fucking bad at messaging. They didn't abandon their base in terms of like their economic policy is so much more beneficial for like the middle class and the working class. It is so much better for those of us who are not fucking rich. The problem is Dems are really fucking bad at boiling that policy down and why it's good for people like you and me into small sound bites, right? Because the problem is they're more willing to be like truthful about it. You know what I mean? Like they're going to be honest about the policy. When people say, oh, politicians lie, usually historically what they mean is that politicians will make promises that when they get into office, it turns out they can't actually like, because no politician is an authoritarian in dictator who has control over everything, like, so you're always going to have the opposite party in some way, shape, or form, like being able to create some obstruction, some pushback, whatever, right? So when people say politicians lie, usually, in my opinion, in my experience, what people mean is like they can't fulfill all their promises because like there's going to be some pushback, whatever. However, when we talk about like honesty versus dishonesty, like Democrats are honest about like the point of their policies. Like, they understand how the economy works, what tariffs will do, what like certain legislation will do, like how that's going to benefit people, what your taxes are going to do, what they're going to pay, all that kind of stuff. And they're honest about it, but they're really fucking bad at like distilling that into really small bite-sized, like slogan level descriptions, because in large part because that's not how life works and that's not how any of those concepts work. However, Donald Trump is willing to say anything, true or not, mostly not true, and this isn't opinion, this is like well documented. He's willing to say anything that sounds good enough that'll get you to vote for him. So they're up against this guy who like only has slogans, right? And we saw that almost immediately, like less than like 3 days after the election, when Republicans, it was like clear we're getting like the trifecta. A bunch of them were interviewed, and I understand this is the New York Times, and New York Times are like, is, you know, left leaning. I don't think it's very left leaning personally, but you know, I know right wingers are like, oh, the New York Times, that's a lefty thing. But everyone in the article that was quoted was like a Republican, and it was like various Republicans. So immediately in the days following it, they were like looking at all the sort of slogans that Trump had kind of flung around, and, you know, these campaign promises basically, and these concepts that like put together don't work, right? As economic policy, they will bankrupt America immediately. And not only will bankrupt America immediately, but will also like negatively affect a lot of Americans, including Americans in Republican districts. So there were like Republican congressmen, you know, who immediately were like, hold on, you can't cut these subsidies because my district benefits from, even though they're green subsidies, and like we as a party say like fuck green subsidies, my red district benefits greatly from these subsidies. So you, like, they started pushing back almost immediately, and like pushing back on like the tax cuts that he promised, because everyone was like looking at him and being like, okay, well, our current tax code, which was written by Republicans, passed in 2017, that expires in 2025, like this coming, you know, winter, spring. They're like, the current policy that they put in place is already adding like an additional like $4 trillion to the national debt if they're to maintain that for the next, like, I don't know if that's like within the next 4 years or whatever. If they were to just like maintain the current policy, they'll add another $4 trillion. And so they want to make more cuts on top of that, and not tax the wealthy any more than they already are. So they're immediately saying like, okay, if we keep going on this path, we're already like bankrupting America quite a bit. If we cut anything else, we're going to like default on our fucking debt, and we're going to plummet the country and honestly the globe into a total economic fucking catastrophe, right? And immediately, like, the problem is Trump was willing to say anything. He was willing to say anything, and he did. And Democrats are not willing to do that, which I like. I like that Democrats are not willing to say anything. I don't want them to lie, but I want them to hire better fucking marketing people who can figure out how to simplify the concepts into slogan level understanding, right? Or even if it's not about the concepts, figure some fucking way out to get on the level of like sloganing, basically. But also get the fucking progressive voices out and get them to encourage them to lead the party. You know what I mean? They keep trying to appeal to moderates more and more, and keep abandoning progressives who are their future. And like, that's what I'm frustrated. They didn't abandon their base. No, they just ignored progressives, and they ignored the younger generation of like superstars that they have growing, that they keep asking to like chill the fuck out and sit down and stop, like, you know, look at making the Republic or the Democratic Party look bad. Anyway, sorry, I'm just going on.
I think that the Democrats need to find like a Donald Trump. Like, everyone agrees on him, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Like a real spokesperson.
Yeah, I think Bernie Sanders was great. Bernie is too old. I was a Bernie girl, you know. But I think what they saw in Bernie, and Obama too, you know, they were able to, they had like the personality to basically address complex ideas in simple ways, and like make you kind of not just trust them, but like understand, you know what I mean? And Bernie was like especially good at this. Obama had charisma. Bernie had easy to understand slogans and like simplified ways of talking about complex ideas, right? That's what Bernie had. He's too old to run again. I wish he would have gotten the chance, you know, to win way back when, but Newsom
Do you
says
think Joe Biden would have done better than Kamala, or no?
I don't know. I never wanted him to run a second time personally.
Yeah, he was
I don't know if
kind
he
of
would have done
slow.
better. I think it's possible. I think Newsom might have done marginally better. It's possible that Biden would have done better simply because people knew, because he was familiar. You know what I mean? Simply because he was familiar feeling, right? I think I think the safest thing that they could have done was use, like, this is terrible, but like a white dude. So fewer people were like, hold on. Like, the problem is going from an old white dude like Biden to a younger, much younger, like, can we fucking please only start running people like Kamala's age or younger? Can we just start doing that, please? Like, I think it was too big of a jump for a lot of people who aren't paying attention to politics, right? To see the party go from this old white dude to all of a sudden a woman, a candidate that looks nothing like any other candidate that they've ever seen. Yes, I do think that is racism and sexism. I do. I don't think it's necessarily like conscious, racism or sexism where people were like, oh, like a woman of color? No, I'll never vote for her. No, I don't think it's that. I mean, for the most part, I don't think that that's what it is. But I think it's people were made more hyper aware of the fact that this is a new person that they're unfamiliar with, right? That they all of a sudden were like, well, hold on, I have questions. When previously, if it had just been another old white dude, they would have just been like, oh, same old, right? And I think it quite possibly might have worked out better if it was just another old white dude. I don't know. The fact that fucking Biden ran again drives me up a wall. I I will never forgive him for that personally, but whatever.
It was good talking to you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm answering your questions fully. I know that I'm just like rambling, but
Yeah, you're good. I gotta go to bed. I'm tired.
all right. Thanks for the questions. Thank you, Nicholas. What did Pence do, Big Money? How about you tell me? The thing is, as a VP, you don't really do much, dude. Hi, Devante. Didn't train her. I mean, that's not how that works, really. Oh, good God. I'm good, Cooter. Yeah, Big Money. Okay. That's Pence. Pence did that, Big Money. Why do you keep coming in here? Do you follow me, dude? Why do you follow me? Anyway. Drink your water, everyone. Oh, the cool thing is I can see exactly how long I've had this face. Well, not exactly, but about how long I've had this face mask on because I can see how long I've been live. What is in the mask? It's a deep collagen, niacin, and vitamin C brightening mask. I love these things. I've never tried the niacin or Vita C brightening mask one, but I like the collagen ones. I leave them on for like a couple hours. Well, maybe if you stop engaging with my live stream, Big Money, we can like part ways finally. Mm-hmm. Mm. So I have the lip thing. Usually when I do these face masks, I'm sure I could just probably take it off, but usually when I do the face masks, I like to put it on my lips too. But I can't do that. I can't do that while I'm on live because I can't talk to you guys. So I've been flipping it up. Usually I just flip it up when I'm like drinking or eating. Oh, that's okay. If you want to type the questions, we can do that. Ooh. My favorite scary movie? Ooh. So when I was younger, I used to do really well with scary things. I do not do well with scary things now as an adult. Um, when I was younger, when I was like in high school, I watched The Ring, like the original Ring, the Japanese version, and The Grudge several times. Well, actually, no, we watched The Ring, the American version of The Ring, multiple times. We watched Ring U once or twice, but then the original version of The Grudge was the one that we watched more than the American version. Yeah, again, big. What kind of? Hi, Carrie. It's a deep collagen, niacin, Vita C, so niacin, vitamin C thing. I think. I mean, supposedly. Sorry, it's like it goes out of focus up here, but yeah. I'm just sitting here doing this. My head hurts because I didn't drink very much caffeine today. Should I have some caffeine now so my head stops hurting? Philippe, are you still in here? Yeah, big money. Again, you don't understand how anything works. The problem isn't the people behind the scenes. The problem is the people in Congress, like writing the laws. That's like mostly it. But you got everything you voted for, and I'm excited for you to reap, what you sowed. Yep. So why do you keep coming into my live to whine? We were waiting for the next complain about you episode. I was barely complaining about you. I was talking shit. Can't wait for that cheap gas. Yeah. Honestly, in at midterms, right before midterms, expect them to lower the price of gas. Expect them to like do, just to fucking win because people are so easy. And by people, I mean MAGA. They're so fucking easy. No immigrant gang crimes. Yeah. It's funny how once again there was this crazy caravan at the border, and as soon as the election happened, apparently the caravan just disappeared. It's amazing how that works. Also, the economy has been so terrible this whole time, but as soon as the election happens, all of a sudden MAGA, when you ask them, think that the economy is great. All of a sudden. And it's like, okay. Yeah, why did Trump add to our debt and he's going to do it again? Yeah, I mean, it's great until it fucking isn't, guys. Like, you know that if the U.S. defaults on our debt, it doesn't matter. Like, none of it fucking matters. You're fucked, right? You're completely fucked. And I mean, like, beyond your imagination. Do some ASMR for it. I don't fucking perform. Do you like my mask, Emily? Yeah, guys, Carrie is going through some rough stuff. If you want to check out her profile, you can find links to help her out. She just published a book on Amazon KDP. You can get the Kindle version. Even if you don't have a Kindle, I have the app on my laptop, on my MacBook, and I read Kindle books on there. So I bought it. I haven't read it yet. I bought it last night, but yeah, it is fucking rough. Michael Moon. All right, let's see. I'm not trying to have like big old fucking arguments. I'm here doing self-care and stuff. What's up, Michael?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Look at me.
Oh, love your content. I was scrolling by and I went, "What the hell?" I thought you had like all like masking tape. I was like, "Oh, she's trying to do something weird," but that was kind of cool. Um, I'm a Republican that lives by Flint. My wife is a Libertarian state chair. I think we spoke before, and my daughter worked for Bernie Sanders.
Oh, cool.
We all have civil conversations, even though we disagree. There's stuff I love about Trump, and I can name about 4 or 5 things I hate about him. Same thing with Biden. Same thing with the Libertarian that ran. Well, I forgot her name. Hung out with Gary Johnson when he ran. I think people need to focus more on who's on your school board, who's on your city council, because I live by Flint. And Flint City Council voted 7-1 to switch their water source, and they all got lead poisoning from it. Then decided a year later, going, "Oh, it's this guy's fault." I'm like, "Oh no, that dude doesn't know what he's doing either." But it's got to be one of those things where common sense has got to prevail. I don't do ad hominem attacks. Someone can go, "Well, Trump did this." You know what? High five. I agree with you.
No, Michael. I'm sorry. But I will say, ad hominem, saying Trump did this. That's not ad hominem. Okay.
No.
Pointing to someone's actions.
If someone goes,
and
he's
being
like literally. I won't use the word. He's literally Hitler, or he's a. I know we have to choose our words selectively.
Sure. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, but when saying saying, "Oh, you won't abide by ad hominem attacks," when people say, "Well, Trump did this," that's literally the opposite of ad hominem.
No, well, all sides do it, whether people like it or not.
But that's not ad hominem. That's not ad hominem. Saying, "Look at what this person did." That is why they are a problem.
Let me start over. He's not in office yet. He hasn't done nothing yet.
Well, that's not entirely true.
Had COVID not happened, we were doing pretty good. We were doing pretty good.
Hold on. He hasn't done nothing yet. That's not entirely true, right? Like, firstly, he has 4 years of administration under his belt. But secondly, he is, he takes actions even when he's not in office, right? So
who doesn't? So did Obama.
Right.
Correct.
Michael, and you're welcome to criticize the actions that Obama took. I'm just saying, don't tell people that they can't criticize Trump just because he's not in office.
I'm not saying they can't.
Like
I'm not.
He's taking actions. Right? He's nominating people. Firstly, that's very much like taking action in preparation for, like, people can talk about his nominations, his nominees and whatnot. He's taking calls. He's having phone calls with other, world leaders and stuff. He's bringing Elon in for that.
Of course he is.
We can talk about that. Just because he's not in office doesn't mean.
And I digress, but you look at like Pete Hegseth. Oh, he's a Fox News. Well, that guy's got 2 Bronze Stars. And people might not like what he does or what he's for. Now all of a sudden, I don't get the whole thing.
You don't get the whole thing with the criticism about nominating him?
No, I don't get it because
can I tell you?
If you're a national news person on the biggest media stage, the most viewers, then all of a sudden now there's a problem. Where were you 15 years ago?
What do you mean?
Where were you 20 years ago when that happened? Now all of a sudden you got a problem with it?
No, be precise. What do you mean when that happened? When what happened?
Oh, Pete Hegseth? I'm not. Well, you're looking at a computer.
Sorry. Was he nominated? Yeah, I'm going to pull up.
Yeah, he was nominated.
No, was he nominated 15 years ago?
Yeah, and the lady's husband also said, no, that's not what happened. Her own husband.
What are you talking about? Use words. I don't know what you're talking about. 15 years ago, Hegseth was nominated?
Pete Hegseth. What did Pete Hegseth do that was so bad?
Well, isn't the whole point that he was nominated for something that he's completely unqualified for?
How is he? Did you see the previous ones before?
I'm pulling up his fucking.
Who was before that?
Who was before? Wait, hold on.
Name them out. Go right down to Bush administration. I can say that dude wasn't. I'll say Bush, Obama's, Clinton's was even worse.
Why? Because of what?
Experience.
Oh,
he's got field. Okay. He's got field combat.
He's like one of the lowest.
Compare it to the last guy who has more combat.
But you understand how do you understand Jesus?
My family's military, so I'll take someone that's actually had combat, not someone that's like, I'm going to direct you to go do this, but someone that actually did it, it's a different story. And I'm not trying to fight you.
Oh, you think that higher ranking military officials are less? You would rather like, what's
I'd rather have someone that's gone through it.
Is that the
Yeah, I
lowest?
used to be a plumber, then I went in the internet.
Okay, but you understand that even higher ranking military officials also have gone through it, right? But in fact,
Well,
they have
I'll-
usually
I'll-
gone
I'll give
through
you-
more, Michael. That's why they are promoted and they are higher ranking. They have gone through
Can I
more.
ask you a question? Would you trust a plumber to determine whether lead is in the water, or would you determine whether a politician can determine that?
Would you
No, I asked you a question.
and I'm going to answer you with a question. Would you would you want a TV news host to determine if there's lead in the water just because he, once had
I would
lead in his
prefer
house?
if that TV news host used to be a plumber.
No,
yeah.
no. If he, well,
No,
firstly,
I'm
plumbers
answering
don't
you.
fucking.
I'm answering you.
And I'm
He's
saying
got military
no, and I'm saying
experience.
no. If he wasn't a plumber, but I'm saying if once
But
he
the
had
fact is,
lead
he
in
was a
his-
plumber.
No, he wasn't. No, he
By
had
your
lead in his.
legis-
Michael, let me fucking speak. He had
Are you
lead
gonna
in his.
talk me, or are you gonna let me finish?
No. Are you gonna fucking? No. You're gonna listen to me. I am trying to answer you. I'm saying he's not like in this fucking metaphor. I'm saying he's not a plumber because he's never made military decisions like real ones. He's never been a strategist in military terms. All he has been is someone who once had lead in his water. That's what he is. He was like,
Okay, how did he get 2 Bronze Stars?
Jesus, I don't fucking know.
Do you know what a
But
Bronze Star is?
Michael, you understand that there's so many
Do
more.
you know what a Bronze Star is?
No, I don't. Off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay, off the top of your head, you don't.
Yeah,
Look to your right. I think that's where your computer is. Look it up.
it's to my left.
Or
But
where your
Michael,
computer is.
okay, so if the guy with 2 Bronze Stars that has never dealt with like international politics or policy, that has never been a military strategist, anything like that, that guy, if he's qualified enough, what about all the other people with 3 Bronze Stars who actually do have experience and training in actual strategy and shit?
Can I answer you without interruption?
I just asked you.
Because I didn't overtalk you. Can I answer?
Please do.
Okay. The guy with 2 Bronze Stars has been in foreign countries, has dealt with what he knows what's going on. It's always people on the ground knows what's going on more than their bosses. I'm not done. You're interrupting me. Can I please finish? I'm trying to have a civil conversation. This is why we can't have nice things, because no one has conversations.
Okay, Michael, this is my live. I do get to decide when you talk and when you don't. And I'm gonna
say I'm gonna lecture you.
I'm gonna go point by point, Michael. We're gonna go point by point.
I'm trying to answer you, but you won't let me do it. You interrupted me. I didn't interrupt you one time.
Because I'm going to address you point by point. So keep going. Finish.
I try to address you point by point, but you're like, you're interrupting. You're interrupting. Have the conversation.
We're interrupting.
He has 2 Bronze Stars. The guy that's in charge now, Hegseth's job, has never seen combat. Don't look it up. You don't have to look it up.
I'm
you should
looking
know
at
it.
Bronze Stars
You
just
should
like
know
you
it. No.
fucking asked me to, Michael. Stop being a little baby. Be an
I'm
adult.
I'm not being a baby. I'm just saying it doesn't work well for you.
You just told me to
He's
look
never
up Bronze
seen
Stars.
military combat. He's never seen military combat. Not in the front lines.
I don't
Not
care
on the front lines.
I don't personally.
I
who gives
do.
a shit? Okay, you do. Well, but Michael, have you ever been Secretary of Defense?
Have you?
Can you answer my question?
Have I? No, I have not. Neither have you.
Cool.
But
Correct,
at the same time, my whole family's military.
Correct, I have not. Okay, I don't care. Has anyone in your family ever been Secretary of Defense? Now you may answer. You're muted. You're muted, Michael.
Why? I was trying to answer you.
Okay, so I asked, has anyone in your family ever been Secretary of Defense?
No, but I have.
Okay. Has anyone in your family been in a position to appoint a Secretary of Defense?
Has anybody in your family been in that spot?
No.
Have you ever been in the military?
No. But I'm not. But Michael.
But
So
we should listen to you, though.
okay. So
We should listen to you.
No, Michael. No, you shouldn't. You should listen to the actual fucking experts who all say that he is completely underqualified.
Who are the
That's
experts?
my point.
Who are
That's
the
my point.
the
Actually,
experts?
highly ranked people in the fucking military,
Highly
and
ranked
people
people.
who have actually been in the position of Secretary of Defense, and people who have been in the position to appoint secretaries of defense. That's who I'm talking about.
Doesn't it
Michael.
freak you out? We're in
Being
more
the
wars
military-
now than we were 4 years ago. That does have, as long as you don't have to fight it, that's
we
cool.
technically aren't.
No, we technically, the world is at more war. You see
Yeah, the war.
the H
Not
group
America.
in
Yeah,
Israel.
congratulations,
You
fucking
see
license.
Ukraine and Russia.
Uh-huh.
That wasn't
Yeah.
going on 4 years ago.
Yeah,
Why is it going on now?
Why? Well, I mean, various things. Do you know anything about Putin or Russia?
I know a lot about them.
Okay.
When someone's going, hey, don't do that, instead of going, don't come or don't do this, they don't know.
What?
They need action.
What?
You
Okay,
remember the whole thing? He's going to start World War III, but who did he meet with? Kim Jong-un.
When someone's
Why wouldn't
saying
you meet
don't
with your,
come,
Why wouldn't you meet with
what
them?
does he
Why
fucking
wouldn't you meet
mean?
with your... What? No, last question. Why wouldn't you meet with Kim Jong-un going, hey, we're trying to make peace? And all of a sudden he stopped.
I'm not.
Everybody knocked their shit off for a long time.
So how does this answer my question about? Okay, do you know about Russia? And you said,
No,
when
I
people
know a lot
say
about
don't
Russia.
come here, don't
I'm
come,
56. I know
don't
more
do
about
it.
Russia than you do. I guarantee it.
Okay.
My family's military, so yes, I do.
Okay, dude,
And I work for a state rep in Michigan.
Here's the fun thing. I grew up in a country, and I grew up in a community of military people. I've met people in the military. They are not inherently smart. Okay, I would say most of the people in the military are actually, on average, like.
But you're talking because of
undereducated.
them. That's
So
amazing.
So because I'm talking because of them. Jesus fucking Christ. Actually, no.
There's
Actually,
no other
no.
way you would speak freely if it wasn't for them.
That's
I'm
actually
being
not true,
civil.
Michael. That's actually not true. But also, Michael, just because you have been in the military doesn't make you smarter or better
Did
educated.
I say I was in the
on stuff.
military? I said my family
Oh,
was.
your family.
I
You
have
weren't
never
even
been in the military.
Okay, but you said you know a lot more
No,
about
I
Russia
hope
than
right.
I do because
I
your
do.
family is in the military.
No,
Okay.
I've been around the block more than you have, and I work for a state rep, and I've been around the block more than you have.
What does been around the block mean more than that? What does that mean?
Experience.
Okay, what kind
I'm
of
more,
experience?
I'm more qualified to make
What kind of
decisions. I know who's on my.
What
If
kind
you
of
let me
experience?
answer, can I answer?
Go for it.
For instance, you're probably one of those people that can go back 4 years ago and went, oh, Flint, they got screwed by the Republicans. No, Flint, the Democrats screwed themselves. They voted 7-1 to switch their water source. I work for a state rep in Michigan who I don't agree with. I agree with them 7 out of 10 times. I agree with my wife 7 out of 10 times. I can admit when I do that. I was a Republican chairman of my county. My wife was a Libertarian state chair of the state, and my daughter worked for Bernie Sanders. And we can sit down and have a civil conversation
I'm
with
going to
it.
interrupt you, Michael. So I asked you what experience you have that makes you more qualified to speak on Russia than me, and you have not answered that question.
I can. You want the answer?
Obviously, dude. That's why I keep asking you the fucking
then
question.
Be quiet.
Dude, you don't get to
Do you
fucking
know
tell
about
me to
Nord
be
Stream
quiet.
2? Do you know
Yes,
about
I do, Michael. Yes, I do.
what is Nord Stream 2 then?
There's
Go
a
ahead.
fucking pipeline. That's the
Pipeline
fucking
that got approved by who?
That got
Who approved it?
What do you mean who fucking approved it?
Who
Are we talking
approved
about
it?
who? Okay, Michael.
Who gave
Michael,
the okay?
Calm the fuck. Okay, Michael.
No, just answer.
No,
There's
you
a simple
tell,
answer.
How about this? You answer me. The fucking. I mean, what do you mean who approved it?
No,
it
you don't like
it was
my
a
answer.
Joint
Nord Stream
operation.
2.
It was a joint
No,
fucking
it
operation.
was stopped by Trump. It was stopped by Obama. Who let it go through?
Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus.
Not Jesus. No, we're not doing religion.
Don't, no,
By the way, don't take the Lord's name in vain. That doesn't help you.
Oh, I will absolutely
approved
take
it?
the Lord's
Who
name.
gave
in
the
vain.
okay?
It absolutely helps me.
Who gave the okay?
How about you tell me? Because I'm saying it was a joint fucking operation.
I don't have to tell you. You know. You know about Nord Stream.
Michael, I asked you what experience you have that makes you more qualified, and you have yet to answer the
I
simple
went through the
fucking
Cold War.
question.
Did you go through
Tell
the
me.
Cold War?
I didn't go through the Cold War. I'm younger than you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I know Russia. Russia's a paper tiger.
I'm dating a Russian man. I have dated almost exclusively Russian men.
Congratulations.
Who gives a shit? So you lived in
Ukraine's holding their
America
own.
during the Cold War.
Afghanistan.
Congratulations.
You remember when the Russians fought You remember when the
Jesus.
Russians fought Afghanistan? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do actually.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, so you know about Russia, but now you can say you know about Afghanistan. Who won that war?
I never said Jesus fucking Christ.
No, who
Michael,
won it?
okay,
Who won it?
So your experience is that you were alive during the Cold War. That's your answer. Is that your final
No,
answer?
who won
No,
between
Michael. Michael, you're gonna answer my question that I've been
You
trying.
know what?
That I've
I'm
been asking.
100% agree with you. If you can tell me who won that war, you can't. You know
Yeah, I
why?
don't fucking.
Because there's
No.
only one winner in that war. Who won it? Afghanistan won it. Russia pulled out. Why did they pull out? Why did they pull out?
You tell me, dude.
Oh, you know about it. I don't have to tell you. I'm just asking you a simple question. You know all the stuff. This is scream over
Michael, I'm
top
not
of people.
Michael, all you fucking do is avoid the actual questions.
No, you avoid it because I asked you who won between Afghanistan and Russia, and you couldn't answer.
Yeah, I'm refusing to fucking engage with this.
Who
Anymore.
won?
I'm refusing to answer. I'm refusing
No,
to
that
engage.
was that Russia's
Michael,
Vietnam or not? Was that
refusing
Russia's
to
Vietnam?
engage.
You're refusing to do it because you don't know.
Refusing to engage.
Because you don't know.
Michael, you clearly have no experience with Russia. That's why you won't answer my question. That's why you won't. All you got is my family's in the military.
Who's leading at Brezhnev?
All you have
Who's leading at Brezhnev?
All you have is my family was in the military, and I am more experienced. I have more experience.
Who's leading at Brezhnev?
That's why I know
Who's Yuri
about.
Andropov?
That's why I know more about Russia, and you refuse to answer
you know
the
more.
fucking question.
Who's Yuri Andropov?
Michael, I am not
Who's
engaging with you.
Brezhnev?
Okay, you have no experience with Russia. Thank you for proving my point. You have zero fucking experience. You have no relevant actual experience. I doubt you've even had a job in most of your life because you can't even speak. The most experience you can give me is that I forget what it was. Your daughter worked for Bernie Sanders. And you can have conversations with her. Wow, that you're right. You are more qualified to know who's a good Secretary of Defense. I feel so fucking, oh God. Jesus. No, Bryce, this is someone who could not answer a simple fucking question. All right. Why are you still allowed in here, Bryce? I'm happy to have someone in here to have a fucking conversation, but if you're going to avoid the question and keep pivoting by acting as though, like, because, like, honestly, if we want to have, like, a fucking history off, yeah, there's portions of history that I am not fucking well read on, for sure. But there's portions of history that I can guarantee you I'm actually way better well read on and well researched on than you. But that's not the question. The question at hand was simply, Michael claims to have more experience with Russia. And I was asking him what his experience is. And the relevance was he was claiming that he knows who's a better Secretary of Defense than me or anyone, actually. And the most he could give me was that his family was in the military, so somehow that makes him more qualified than all the fucking actual experts and politicians and people and, people with actual experience in this saying, no, this is a bad choice. Somehow having family in the military is enough, which, by the way, is why I was pointing out, like, okay, well, I'm dating a Russian man. So if you having family in the military makes you an expert on the Secretary of Defense, me having a boyfriend who is Russian clearly makes me an expert on fucking Putin. Like, but, you just wanted to fucking make some bullshit up. Lived through it, you didn't. Okay, and that's the definition of it? Okay. All right. Anyway, yeah, right? Yeah. Yes. I should not have engaged with you as much as I did, Michael. I thought I made you think that, like, I would put up with your bullshit longer than I would. If you had answered one simple question, we could have actually had a discussion, but thank you for proving that you have zero experience. Zero experience. That's all you could do. I am fluent in all things Russian because I technically have a little Russian in me multiple times a week. That was blue. That was a blue joke. Oh God. Feels? No, Michael, because you were acting like a child and people were asking me to block you in the chat and mute you. Oh God. Oh no, I came out perfectly correct. Because of feels. Yeah, okay, Michael. You're right. Because see, here's the thing. I have feels, which makes me an expert in mind reading. so I can read your mind. And I knew everything you were going to say and how pointless it was. God. My family was in the military. That's why I know. Okay, dude. Okay. I mean, what's funny is actually, like, if that's all you need to be an expert and stuff. I grew up overseas, okay? I grew up overseas in a community of expats and military members, not just military, but diplomats, okay? I grew up spending and performing. I spent a lot of time at the U.S. Embassy overseas. Met with and went to a lot of events with the fucking U.S. ambassador multiple times overseas, as well as other ambassadors. Actually, I partied at the second in command, his house, because I went to school with his son. I actually, also I technically partied on PAL soil, the nation that is denying its, autonomy. Technically I have partied on that soil, because they had an embassy consulate thing, and they had the thing, and I went to school with that kid, and I knew that family. I actually was quite close with him, and I knew his parents quite well and stuff. So here's the thing. You having family that was in the military, if that makes you qualified to know who's a great Secretary of Defense, what does that make me? I must be God. What's second in command? What do you mean? He was like, I forget his fucking title. He was like the vice consulate or something. Vice ambassador. He was just like the second guy. I am God. What do you mean, like something? Yeah. So, yeah, Devontae, that's exactly what I'm saying. Hi, Lucy.
I just want to say I cannot wait until I'm educated and in a face mask and in cute glasses and telling MAGA supporters that they're stupid.
Thank you. To be clear, I have not told anyone that they're stupid. I have simply revealed it.
Pointed out that they are not as educated as they believe that they are. I'm wondering, what education do you have in this?
So, I mean, what do you mean by this?
This like political conversations.
Political stuff. I don't have like formal education. I mean, I went to school for I'm a filmmaker professionally, and I have a degree in like film and TV production and psychology. But I will say I was raised by a journalist overseas in a multinational family. I was raised in a community of, like I said, diplomats and military people. So politics has always kind of surrounded me. But also like my screenwriting, which I was doing more before the pandemic, and I've kind of just set that aside in recent years. But my screenwriting, for which I won an award and stuff, and was having all the meetings in Hollywood until the pandemic hit, was all political and like history based stuff, so like I don't have formal training in politics. I was just raised by a poli-sci, degreed fucking journalist who had a lot of political opinions and was very much about being, getting involved and staying aware of stuff. So.
Yeah, I totally get that. I wasn't like shading you at all. I was just wondering.
No. Yeah. I mean, I think it's also important to like that's a valid question, right? Because someone can be in here, demand to know what my credentials are. But like, what I usually say is like, don't trust me, because most of the time I'm not making any claims in here. I am looking at what the experts say and are like demonstrating, and I'm saying like, and I'm presenting those claims, right? And like, we'll fact check here, but I'm not claiming that it's my expertise that says this guy can't be Secretary of Defense or whatever. I'm saying the experts are saying he can't be. And also, like, you don't even have to be, I will say, okay, sure, I'm not an expert in this, but I don't think you have to be an expert to say, oh, someone whose their career has primarily been spent as a Fox News host is not as qualified, that like, is probably not the most qualified person around, and there's probably thousands of like genuinely thousands of people that are much more qualified than that. And like that's not, you don't have to be an expert to like acknowledge that or to recognize that. But also the experts agree. So like, you know.
I very firmly believe in educating yourself. So I was wondering, I hear a lot of, so I turned 18 right after the election. Very upset because I did not get to vote and I did not get to have a voice in some things that I'm very passionate about.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of people like make claims about Donald Trump, and I'm very against Donald Trump and like even just morally. But I was wondering about like, do you know of any of his policies that should be known about? Because like I have no idea.
What do you mean by known about?
Like policies that he plans to put in place. I feel like I've not heard a lot other than tariffs and buzzwords, but I feel like there's definitely some things that people should be concerned about, and I was just wondering if you knew.
Well, that's a great question, but it's also like the answer is multifaceted, right? Have you heard much about Project 2025?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know, I mean, that's one piece, right? And some people are gonna be like, oh no, Project 2025, it was like totally different people, had nothing to do with it. Okay, he's already nominated.
So close with all of those people.
Yeah, and he's already nominated / hired 6 of the people who wrote Project 2025, and it will probably be more. 6, right? 6 of the people who literally wrote the book. He has nominated into the positions that Project 2025 says, okay, all we got to do is put someone in charge of this, and then once they're in charge of this, they're going to do this whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So like the guy, I know the one I'm more familiar with is like the guy that he nominated for the FCC. He literally wrote the section in Project 2025 about the FCC and how to dismantle, and use it for his gain. So, oh, thank you, eyes person.
Oh yeah, I was gonna comment on that earlier. Your like whole setup is really, really good. I thought it was, the streams where people like put videos up. Like I thought it was that for a second. But it's such good quality.
Thank you. Well, that's the filmmaker, right? I mean, technically it's from my boyfriend's camera that I'm using right now, but yeah, we're we're lucky in that sense, right? We have the gear, the filmmaking gear. But you work in research, and we've had P25 2025 meeting to prepare for Fed funding to get pulled. Yeah. My sister similarly. My sister works overseas. She lives overseas, but she works in, research, and the research is global. She works in like global health, basically.
Yeah.
Not to like, give too much information about her away, but and she said that they have had to come up with like multiple organizations and people she works with and her organization have had to come up with plans of like, okay, what's the worst case scenario if P 2025, becomes a thing and reality and da-da-da. So definitely a thing people are trying to, global health. Exactly. I know. Oof. Yeah. So she, so yeah, there's lots of people, organizations are having to prepare for it. The people who say like, oh, he denounced it and stuff, like, okay, but I'm sorry, the same people who say, well, Trump denounced Project 2025 are the same people who are going to say like, when you point out that he said like, oh, I'm going to be a dictator on day one, or has said, things about, has bragged about like, I got rid of like Roe v. Wade and da-da-da and all that stuff. They're going to say like, well, he didn't mean that. He didn't mean that. No, that's just a joke, or no, he's lying, or he doesn't, whatever. So I would love to know how when he means it and when he doesn't. When he denounces Project 2025, how do you know he means that? When every other terrible thing that he said that I can, pull up for you, you always say he didn't mean that. How do you know that he actually meant it?
I really do not understand that mentality, especially when, and it's flipped immediately back onto the left and certain politicians, and I don't know. It's very interesting how such a large group of people can have such a low level of common sense.
Yeah.
And speaking of Donald Trump did he want to defund or the Department of Education?
Yeah, they want to dismantle it. They want to. I don't know if they keep talking about like just full up getting rid of it, And people have said his supporters have defended this by saying like, yeah, well, we didn't have the DOE until like the 1970s and things were great before then, which isn't true, by the way.
Yeah,
It's
no.
not true. Why are you so obsessed with Trump? He just won the president. What do you mean? Why am I so obsessed with it? I bet you were in
Literally
here
the
bitching
president
all
of our
about Biden the
country.
whole fucking time. Yeah, the guy.
Literally the laws that we abide by.
Like what on
Like,
earth? Yeah, your brother
I
says he's joking. Yeah, I keep hearing that, and I'm like, well, why? Like every single thing we bring up, and we're like, his own words are this. People are like, no, he's joking. No, he didn't mean that. Oh, obviously that's not. He's not obvious. He's obviously not going to do that when it's like, okay, so he's lying, I guess is what you're saying. Like, why? Firstly, why would you vote for someone who every single thing out of his mouth, according to you, is a lie? Like everything that I'm saying, this is what he said he would do. You're like, no. Oh, it's a lie. He didn't mean that. Why would you vote for someone? Okay, so give me something real then. Give me something that he said that you know for a fact he meant. And if he meant it, how do you know he meant it?
And I want to know how often in Trump's first presidency, if there is like accessible, like a chart basically of like all the promises he made versus what he delivered on. So I feel.
You're saying, is there a chart on that?
I'm just wondering. I have my laptop right here.
I don't think so, because I think also what's tough, especially with someone like Trump, it's like, he goes back on his promises a lot of the time. He does. He lies a lot of the time. So he'll say, "Oh, I this," and people will call him out, and then he'll say the opposite. So when people denounce Project 2025, okay, but his actions, by the way, also are like. He's hiring all the people who wrote Project 2025. If he really denounced it, you would think he would not be hiring those people. I mean, he can talk is cheap, guys. Are you going to deny he's doing? No, he doesn't. Liberals lie. That's not fucking true. Jesus Christ, Sophia. Jesus Christ. The Heritage, you understand that the Heritage Foundation involves a hell of a lot of people, right? Sophia, you can look up the people who were involved in writing it. It's really not that hard. It's really not that hard to find out.
I'm looking to see if there's any.
Oh, it's 200. Oh, you're trolling. Okay.
Let me see.
Is he still gonna have Mexico pay for the wall? Yeah. What isn't proof, Zippy? What's not proof of what?
How is it spreading misinformation when, statements that he boldly makes to the public himself from his mouth are like.
I don't watch CNN, Sophia. Zippy, he's hiring the people who wrote it. Here's the thing. I don't even care at this point. I don't need to say, I'm not even saying he endorsed it, anything. What I'm saying is look at his actions. He's hiring the people who wrote it. So we don't even have to argue about when was he lying, when was he this, when was he that. Set that all aside, right? Let's say that the guy has never heard of Project 2025. Let's say it, right? Let's pretend. He's hiring everyone who wrote it. So at the very least, imagine the guy has no idea what Project 2025 is, right? Imagine. At the very least, he's a very, very poor judge of character and his team isn't vetting people, right? In the most genuine and generous interpretation of his relationship to Project 2025, let's say, the guy really has no idea what it is, has no awareness of it. Of course, he would never. Okay, but so why is he hiring all the people who wrote it into the positions that they literally said, hey, if we get in charge of this, we're going to enact this part of Project 2025? That makes Trump look dumb. Sorry. That makes him look inept and not very smart and like someone who has a team that cannot even vet people properly.
He's so easily manipulated. I feel like the last person that was on that kept talking about Putin and all the world leaders that he was on such great terms with. And why would World War III start if he's on good terms? And it's like, these people are using him because they know that he will give in so easily.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still trying to find if there is.
Putin wanted peace with Trump. Do you understand what peace means in this sense? Have you gone to school, Sophia, at any point? Have you heard of this term, this era in history, this process, I should say, both process and era in history, called appeasement? Have you ever heard of that? Yeah, user, this is how I know you don't know shit. What absurd law did he enact in his first 4 years? Firstly, he issued an executive order for the Muslim travel ban, for which he, was sued immediately and had to be, court. By the way, I am in Brooklyn. I was in Brooklyn. I was outside of the courthouse protesting when it went through, and outside of the courthouse where they immediately sued to get an injunction and basically like have a stay. And they came out and they announced it to us. We were part of the group. I was live streaming on Facebook Live. It was the only time I've ever live streamed on Facebook Live. So don't fucking tell me it wasn't true. I was literally there. So.
Wait, he enacted the Muslim travel ban while he was in presidency. That's crazy.
Yep.
Hold on.
It's not legal to use lethal force on protesters. Well, and once again, guys, so when I do want to address, though, the question was like, what law did he enact? The other piece to that is that you understand that Congress writes and passes laws, right? The president can only just sign them into law. However, Trump used executive orders and executive actions in a completely unprecedented way, which is why he was sued so many fucking times for them. A completely unprecedented way. He basically acted as though he can, write laws willy-nilly, and that's how it works. That's not how it worked until fucking Trump became president and started. Okay,
Sorry,
Sophia. So please educate me on politics. Live, ha 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 ha. Okay, Sophia. So you haven't actually ever taken a fucking history class, or you at least didn't pay attention in it, right? You don't know what appeasement is? Okay. If you're going to talk down to these people in your live, at least focus on the Supreme Court. There's so much to say, though. Okay. Yeah, you're an anthropologist? Jeez, we're in trouble. So you understand what appeasement is, Sophia. So when you say that Putin wanted peace with Trump, what do you fucking think that means? What do you think that means? Stephen Miller, policy chief, was involved in P2025. There you go. There's another one. Oh, so you don't know what appeasement is? Oh, wow. Okay, Sophia. Thanks for proving my point. That was so easy. I didn't even have to. So appeasement was what he gave us for 4 years. Nope. Oh, God. That was way easier than I thought it would be. I'm adding a stream marker to that so I can come back to it later.
Have you heard of Trump's recent statements talking about how he wants to bring back the Islamic travel ban?
Recent ones? No.
This is quoted from him. Under the Trump administration, we impose extreme vetting and put on a powerful travel ban to keep radical Islamic terrorists, and I don't know how to say that word, out of our country. Trump told his audience, right.
Ooh. September 19th, Trump says he'll bring back travel ban. Trump says he'll reinstate, quote, famous travel ban and will ban refugees from G. Yeah, no, Sophia, I asked you a simple question if you know what appeasement is, and you fucking proved that you didn't. I don't believe it. If you're an anthropologist, you're not a very good one, clearly.
I'm curious. So I asked about Trump. Did you know of any of Kamala's policies that you disliked?
Oh yeah. Oh, I came up here. I bitched a lot about Kamala. I mostly avoided it during her historically short campaign, and I would acknowledge, like, listen, she's not my favorite and stuff, and mainly I can chalk it up to her being a cop. I'm a progressive, right?
Yeah.
So she was not my favorite. She was not my choice, whatever. That said, you know, she does have she has one of the most progressive voting records in her time in the Senate, which is nice, which is great. We love that. But there's also caveats to that, right? I think a lot of the policy that she was pushing, though, that she was presenting was actually great. It was like economically really good for the middle class and the working class, you know, of which I am a part. And like the actual policy she was running on was like very just like easy, simple policy that like everyone should get around. You know what I mean? Like the crazy thing is we're in this era where the policy she was proposing is just like so just basically just ensuring that the vast majority of us can like survive in this country and afford things. And should not be where the disagreement begins, right? Like that should be something we're all basically on board with. Like, don't let corporations completely exploit and abuse Americans. Make sure Americans can afford, you know, groceries, gas, and living expenses.
Yeah.
And then, like, once we're, like, if we're all just, like, agreed on that, then we should be able to have, like, disagreements about, like, other stuff. You know what I mean? But none of her policy was, like, that she was running on, at least, was really that fucking crazy and stuff. I would have loved, listen, I want the Democratic Party to make more waves. I want them to go more progressive. I want them to let their progressive voices lead. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's definitely because I'm taking a gap year, but when I do go to college, I'm majoring in poli-sci because I like, as a younger person and watching this and not being able to have any say and so much going on, like it's like I so badly want to fix this. Oh my god.
Yeah. I think there's not really fixing it. I'm hoping that in 2 years there will be a big flip back. I'm hoping that, you know, they'll do some of the things they promised and it will go exactly how all the experts have warned. All the economists have warned how, you know, how fucking poorly thought out his economic policies are. I've started doing this because, like, economic plan, he doesn't have a plan, but he has like policies he has sloganed his way across America.
What are his economic policies that he's aiming for?
Tariffs, you know, mainly tariffs. Elon came out and said, the fact that Elon came out and said there's like Americans are going to have to suffer a while. That guy's a fucking billionaire. He's the wealthiest man on earth. He could literally pay to ensure that, like, you know, Americans don't suffer for the next few years, but he's not going to do it.
Change the lives of millions of people, and he just doesn't.
He doesn't. Well, he does, but just in the bad way, right? Like, just to exploit them as much.
He makes very bold statements, like on Twitter, very harmful, bold statements on Twitter to a majority of a young, impressionable audience, and he goes completely unchecked because he owns Twitter.
Yeah, he's, yes, that too.
And the fact that he is in, like, now he is literally in politics, it's
fucking nuts.
I mean, the amount of money that he is making, I know he's doing it for the money, and I know, like...
Also, sorry, I want to answer this, you know, sorry, let me find the chat up here. Energy, no tax on tips, is that what it is? I'm hoping for, no, user, I would love Republicans to prove me wrong and somehow make the greatest economy ever, and also not take away human rights. I would love for that to actually be true. We'll fucking see, though, won't we? We'll fucking see.
I'm very excited.
Sorry, I just want to like to finish that answer, though. My issue is Republicans, and they have done this multiple times, right? And in fact, they just did it with this like current tax policy and whatnot. Republicans have a habit of passing legislation that they set up to have a timeline that looks best for them and like looks worst for Democrats. So they'll like enact tax policy that makes it look like they're giving you a bunch of tax cuts up front, but in the long run actually like harm you, and will have like a, you know, two-part to the like timeline where as soon as Democrats like come back in power, all of a sudden the rates change, even though the Democrats literally just got elected, had nothing to do with writing the previous legislation. You know what I mean? Like they do that a lot, and it's very effective. And in fact, you can look at the current tax law that you guys hate so much was written by fucking Republicans. So like that's our current tax policy. And FY Project 2025 Department, you mean of Government Efficiency, Doge?
Oh God. So I was going to say,
user, because it's really not that hard to see, you know, how the pendulum swings, and because around midterms, you know which seats are up and which seats are likely to get like flipped and stuff. And in like for the most part, up until very recently, you know, for the most part, in presidential terms, like the pendulum has gone back and forth, usually every 8 years, right? And so if you think of that, the current tax policy that they wrote, so Republicans passed it in 2017, right? As soon as Trump and Republicans kind of like came into office right after the 2016 election, 2017, they wrote and passed the tax policy, which expired exactly 8 years later. So they were expecting a 2-term Trump presidency where they were mostly in control the whole time, right? Now, Trump did some things, obviously lost himself that second fucking election. People were not happy. At the end, though, of this tax policy that they have, there is the U.S. is sitting on trillions of dollars worth of debt, right? So what they were planning on doing, which is what they have done in the past, you can look this up. I'm not making this up. You can look it fucking up. They were basically running up the bill for the U.S. for 8 years and assuming that basically as soon as the 2 terms were up, Democrats would probably get back in you know, in the White House. And because there's so much fucking debt for the US to deal with now, Democrats would have to raise taxes. And it would look bad for them, even though they're literally the ones that are going to be like, you know, saving the fucking economy. However, ironically, now Republicans have fucked themselves and they're actually grappling with this. It's like wild, right? They did not expect a single term presidency. And they did not expect to be back in power, you know, at the end of this whole tax thing, having made promises to further cut taxes and to further cut programs and spending, you know, like actual like things that benefit Americans, including Republicans and Republican districts. So now they are left sitting with this tax bill that they ran up and trying to debate like how much more can we cut taxes? How much more can we run up the bill before it all implodes? Can we run it up any more? Like, can we run it up much more so that once again, we don't have to deal with the debt and we can just put it into Democrats' laps so they can basically look like the bad guys when fixing everything we did? Like, that's the basically the math that they're doing right now.
are you the kind of person that's like very proud to be an American?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't offend. So why do people want? I just. So Donald Trump.
Oh, sorry, I'm not trying to sell this. I'm not on here selling this. But if you go to my, if you go to my profile and click on my shop, I think there's a link to this in there. I got the 4-pack of masks, so it's like 4 different types. I love them. I'm trying to do them every Sunday. I'm not on here trying to sell this to you. But if you want to go to my profile, you can find it on there, and I'll get some money for it.
But like the system that you were just describing of the Republicans, and they put in a certain tax,
Thank you, guys.
tax code, so that way once it gets
money if you buy it through my link. So please do. If you're gonna buy it, please add it through there. Sorry, keep going.
no, you're totally fine. But the like such a flawed system. I'm like shocked that there are so many people that are like, I am so proud to be an American.
Yeah.
And like I really want to look at these people and be like, have you never been lied to before?
Oh yeah, American exceptionalism is like one of the most insane things, and also like one of the things that drives me up the wall the most. I grew up overseas, right? My mother's American. I am an American citizen. However, I grew up overseas, and I had this sort of like, sorry, whoops, inactivity detected during my live. So I was able to grow up with this sort of like outside perspective on the U.S. I could observe it from the outside and the inside. You know, I did spend some time in the U.S., my summers and some holidays. But American exceptionalism is unique as all fuck, you know? And one of the times that whole thing of like America is the greatest country of the world, it's like, okay, by number one, by what measure, right? Let's look at it. We can, if it really is, no other country, not no other country, like North Korea does something very similar and stuff, but like few countries really spend so much energy trying to convince themselves and like their populace that like, hey, we're number one, which is a crazy concept. What does it mean to be number one as a country in the first place? You know, but this one moment that I wanted to fucking punch a hole through a wall was after 2016, you know, the election thing. I was a Bernie bro. I was really upset with what the DNC did. I voted for Jill Stein. I was in a firmly blue state, you know. So I felt I could, you know, cast a protest vote. I knew I had a strong feeling that Trump would win anyway. And I was pissed at the whole thing. And there was like this other person that I knew, you know, I mostly saw her like on social media at this point, like on Facebook and stuff. All her posts, she was like super, super pro Hillary, super, you know, Hillary. And I was frustrated because the whole time I was like, she's not going to fucking win. She's not going to win against Trump. She's just not. And it drove me crazy seeing these posts, whatever. Then, lo and behold, the election goes exactly as I had fucking predicted. And she does not win. And, you know, this woman that I knew, I think her name was Lauren, she was like, everyone was despondent. I was upset as well. Everyone was upset. It was heartbreaking. But, sorry, excuse me on this. But then she posted on this thing, or she was like responding to some Facebook post or something. She was like in some conversation where someone was like, yeah, like, you know, this is fucked up. Like, fuck, I don't know what they were saying. They were criticizing something and they were like, yeah, like, this should be a fucking lesson. But the one thing I remember that she said was like, she was like, this is still the greatest democracy in the world. And I was just like, girl, like, how do you look this country in the eye after all that and still wholeheartedly say like, yeah, this is fucked up, but we live in the greatest democracy in the world. And like not have a moment to like sit back and be like, wait, hold on, do we? Because like we just watched like a crazy person win without winning the popular vote, right? This was in 2016. Yeah. Like that is inherently anti-democratic. We just like went through this whole frustrating debacle with like the primaries and like, you know, feeling like we had little to no say over like who our candidate was, all this stuff, and you're really gonna like sit here and call this the greatest democracy in the world without irony? I just that made me like really that was like the probably the first moment where I was like, oh, we are way more fucked like long term than even I realized as someone who was like, I think Trump's going to win. I was like, this is someone who's like firmly like Hillary, firmly like, you know, left, whatever and stuff, who is spouting this kind of shit. without irony, without self-awareness, this is going to be harder than I thought, because those are blinders right there, right? Like someone who thinks that way, despite all the evidence to the contrary. And, I'm not even saying like, America's the worst country on earth. I'm not saying anything like that. But I'm saying like evidence to the contrary, to like evidence proving that our system is inherently anti-democratic, right? Just inherently, a democracy would mean that the majority of votes pick the winners and stuff. We're gerrymandered to all shit. We make it harder for certain populations to not be able to register to vote, let alone actually exercise their right to vote.
That was another thing I was going to talk about.
Yeah, there's and that was a big thing in 2016 too. I don't know, you must have been really young then. Like
I was
you were
pretty
10,
young.
right? Yeah. So you probably weren't like super aware, but like there was like a big thing. There was a lot of discussion back then about people having access to the polls and stuff, and being able to actually get there, and how disenfranchised different populations were, all this kind of stuff. And I was like you watch this and all that, and even as like someone on the losing side of that, which is usually what will wake someone up to like, oh wait, the system doesn't seem like it's working. Not to say that you only lose if the system isn't working, but like it just makes you more willing to see the flaws in a system. We're fucked. Like America's fucked. These are not the people I want speaking this way, because that's scary. If you still don't get it, then we're fucked. Sorry for the
oh no. So I grew up in very, very rural Tennessee. Like when I say rural, I mean there was one black family in the entire town, one singular, and that was the only family of color. And like it was minuscule, and I grew up around Confederate flags, but I grew up in a very, like, my family, my mom, so I was like 10 years old, and my mom was telling me, she was like, Lucy, like, Donald Trump is going to win. And so I've been very aware. But interestingly, my dad, so I don't really agree with him politically, but
I've been poor, startup. Yeah, I have been poor. I'm not wealthy now.
Before the election, there was a lot of tension between me and him. Because I was, hey, I'm your teenage daughter, and I'm telling you, these are the things I'm so worried about. Like, I need birth control. I am debilitated. I am bleeding 75% of the month if I don't have access to this. And like, it still just did not, my father. And I was like, really? Jesus. Your daughter is being like, Dad, what if something horrid happened to me? And I could not change that. And like really? It's like blind delusion.
Yeah. I mean, it feels so, it's so heartbreaking when it's someone who's supposed to love you, right? Who's so willing to like sacrifice you in exchange for, cheaper eggs, right? Like that's the easiest shorthand.
Well, the thing is, he won't tell me who he voted for.
Well, like, I think I think you have your answer.
Yeah.
That's my policy now. Like with my family, if they refuse to tell me who they voted for, okay, I know exactly who you voted for, because I haven't made it a secret. They should not be afraid to tell me that they voted for Kamala. Like they would not be. Why would they be? If they voted for Trump, they're going to not want to tell me. Okay, I have my answer.
I opted out of, I finally old enough to stay by myself home for a week. So I opted out of family Thanksgiving and Christmas. Because my immediate family is very much of that mentality of like, we live in the greatest democracy in the world, and like no matter what we do, we are still on top. Jesus. It's horrifying.
What does that even fucking mean? You know what I mean? Like, give me a metric. Give me a metric.
I don't. And my extended family, they are living in rural areas. They are like not economically rich, and I'm like, you think that you are going to, like, you think this is going to be like your big moment finally?
It's fucking and
just watching this as such a young person is so horrifying. And like I was talking about earlier with the Department of Education, like the kids that are my age that are, I mean, like I know people who voted, of course, and the Department of Education not being a thing is, oh my God.
Yeah. It's terrifying. And also, what people don't realize too, like, I'm sorry, I'm like jumping in and interrupting you again, but like, there's like, oh, thank you, Dan. I'm hearing like all these horror stories of people like, you know, red voters who all of a sudden are like, wait, they're not going to do that, are they? And one of those things are like parents of kids with special needs who are like just now discovering that the Department of Education is the department that ensures that their kids with special needs has their needs met, like to get to school and to be able to attend, you know, just in school in general, to ensure that their child with special needs receives an education and is entitled to an education. That's the Department of Education. So you get rid of them, like, good fucking luck. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, and
it's a face mask.
And like I have a younger brother, and so I'm very much like, hey, you need to please be thinking about these things. And the fact, like, his little friends, his little 13-year-old boy friends are just telling that, and he believes it. It just, anything me, my mom, or my dad tell him, like, it just bounces off.
Yeah.
Like, and there are kids younger than him that are like, they're not learning how to read, and they're like, I'm so horrified of like watching this.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's no accident or it's no coincidence that my cousin, who is much older now, but like learned to read under like Common Core or whatever, like the changeover was that left a bunch of people unable to read. By the way, they're all now that makes sense. Gen X voted most for Trump, and now Gen Z, like the two generations that read the worst, that read the least. As I was going to say, my cousin who, it's no coincidence that my cousin who literally laughs, and by the way, he works on fucking Wall Street, okay? He works on Wall Street, and he laughs and brags about the fact that he can't read. He thinks it's the funniest fucking thing ever. He's like, he can read, he can string sentences together, he cannot like comfortably read. It's no coincidence that he's like the most and has always been the most like rah pro-Trump guy in the family and thinks the guy's fucking great.
I don't understand how more neutral Trump supporters that like recently became Trump supporters were able to look at the level of uneducated, just ignorance that there is, and they're like, oh yeah, this is it. Also, someone asked before how kids were educated before the DOE was invented.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm sorry. The statistics show that the kids, what statistics? Better off how? Lifted and loud. Because you know what's interesting about that? Like without the DOE, who was tracking them? Who was tracking all those stats before the DOE?
Phenomenon. Hold on.
No, being smart makes me smart, actually. %54% read below a 6th grade level. I did actually. I took logic at university. When I was studying fucking cognition and stuff. Funny enough, I still have my old logic book, which is actually why it's so easy for me to fucking deal with people like MAGA. Yeah, being smart makes me smart. You said, talking about politics makes you think talking about politics makes you smart. And I'm saying, no, being smart makes me smart. A equals A. I am smart, therefore I am smart. It's really not that difficult. Have you taken a logic class? Have you?
So they were talking about how the how could people possibly get an education?
You've literally never taken a logic class, dude. A is A. That's like literally the first like axiom you learn in logic. A is A, therefore A is A. That is
she's smart.
Very basic logic. Smart. Literally I'll fucking pull up the book if you want me to.
But they were talking about how could people possibly get an education before the Department of Education
Disprove
has
A.
even.
Disprove A. Which, sorry, keep going.
And I literally just learned about this. The Flynn effect, of course, refers to the observed rise over time in standardized intelligence test scores, which started in the 1980s, right after the Department of Education. Like,
Which, and again, the Department of Education was in part created to ensure that, like, I mean, No Child Left Behind, that in and of itself was its own terrible policy. But, like, the Department of Education was created to basically ensure, like, hey, let's make sure everyone's actually getting an education and that it's good. But in order to do that, we got to start tracking and finding all the kids who aren't. So, like, yeah, you're going to have stats that start, like, when you start observing things and measuring for things, you're going to have a lot more data than you did before. So, the data before is going to be it's going to be incomplete at that point.
but I just think it's interesting, like, it's like a literal known thing that over time IQs have risen, and over time more people have had more access to education. Like, it goes hand in hand.
Yeah. Hot take, just you found out that an incident involving Obama is what got Trump into presidency. Are you talking about the Foreign Press Association thing? Where he was mad that Obama was making fun of his, like, birther stuff and, like, clapped back? A Medicube mask? No, it's one of these things. They're actually pretty great. This is the first time. So I have a pack of, like, the 4 different types. I got it on TikTok Shop. I fucking love TikTok Shop, by the way. And I've tried, I think 3 of the others. This is the first time I've tried the one that has niacin and vitamin C, but I'm very excited.
If you're not addressing any comments, there was something else.
It's a joke. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Something else that we were talking about earlier was like Trump's access to voting, and also I think related would be or not related, sorry. I was reading something. So the access to voting right now, do you have to show your ID to go vote?
It depends on the state. Basically,
Okay.
but the thing is, what people ignore is that in order to register to vote, you do have to, like, prove your identity and stuff in, like, just about every state. So it's no one's, like, undocumented immigrants or whatever the fucking claim is. They're not able to go vote because they can't sign up to vote without proving, that they're a fucking U.S. citizen and that they are who they say they are. So in some states, then from there on, there's, like, the voter ID law states, like, the problem with voter ID laws is that they, like, depress turnout,
that was
right?
going to be my point, because I mean the amount of people that actually need to cast their vote and that need help, and it's like those are the majority of people that literally cannot go vote because they can't get an ID. Like,
well, it can't get an ID, or, like, like, I have an ID technically, but it's been expired for a couple of years, right? And I'm lucky that I live, because I'm registered to vote and stuff, like, all I have to do is, like, a signature match. So I have to know my address, and then know my name, and know, like, so someone can't just show up and be like, oh, at a random precinct and be like, I'm such and such person, therefore I can vote. Like, no, you need to know you need the name. You need to have been registered using proof of citizenship, but you also need to know your address and the exact precinct, and then within your precinct, like, the like, code that you're, like, under, that you fall under. And then you have to be able to sign, and, like, they will compare your signatures and stuff and, like, verify, that it fit, whatever. So there's, like, all this, like, verification thing, but I'm lucky that I don't have to show an ID there, because in many states there's a limit on how expired the ID can be, and mine is long past that limit. And
mine is expired, actually.
Yeah, it's very easy, right? Especially because, like, I don't drive. I don't have a driver's license. My ID it used to be a state ID, and what I have is an expired permit now. And, like, and so for a lot of people, it's like, and when people say, like, oh, well, like, it's so easy to get, like, your thing replaced. Like, if you can take the time out to vote, you can take the time out to, like, replace your ID. Like, No, it takes me 10 minutes to vote, and that includes walking. I don't drive, okay? I don't have a driver's license. I cannot get into a car and drive anywhere. I am lucky because I live in a city with public transportation, but I'm basically like, I either bike, take public transport, or I walk to places, right?
Yeah.
Or I get a ride from my boyfriend because he's got like a scooter and he's got a car. But like, so him aside, it takes me 10 minutes to basically go vote. I walk less than 5 minutes away. I go in there. Sure, maybe it takes 5 minutes in there to actually do the voting, get in line, do the thing, da-da-da.
Yeah.
And then I walk another 5 minutes home. And that's it. In order for me to get a permit or an ID, first, if I'm
I
going
had to
to...
go to the DMV 3 times, like
Really?
3 separate times.
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus.
like it's not quick and easy to just, yeah.
So there's no problem with voting. You don't like the results. How is this a discussion? What do you mean, how is it a discussion? We're talking about voter ID laws in this country. It's a discussion because it's reality. We're just talking. No one's denying the results of the fucking vote, bucko. We're not MAGA. We're not MAGA, dude.
Not a Republican.
Yeah, I'm not a Republican. I accept the results of a vote. Yeah, Straight Edge. Hi, Straight Edge. By the way, Straight Edge is the guy who is responsible for my merch that's like coming out soon. I can pull it out. What are you discussing exactly? Maybe you should listen, dude. Really? We need to explain. Listen, and it'll be self-explanatory. But yeah, so in order to get like a new ID, if I lived in a voter ID state, which would usually have like requirements of like, you know, expiration date and stuff, I would have to go. Yeah. It would take me an hour to get to the DMV and an hour back. It would cost me the money. I mean, you know, public transport, relatively cheap, but still costs money to get there. And then in the DMV, last time it took like 3 hours, something crazy like that. Maybe it was just 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. And then, you know, got to get back. And the DMV is only open at certain hours, all this shit. Obviously the hours when it's open, that aren't like usual, you know, office hours, are the hours where everyone goes. Basically it's a nightmare. It costs money. It takes an entire fucking day. And I have it easy. I have it relatively easy because I live in a city with amazing public transportation. I can only imagine how difficult it is in other areas of the country. So to say like, well, if you can take the time out to vote, you can take the time out to get an ID is like bullshit. And people know that. And
I'm trying to thinking of someone like a homeless person who's, I mean, they could be, you know, working or something like that. They can't take the day off and go and pay to travel to the DMV to sit and wait and like
yeah someone's giving me shit for they only do real IDs 1 day a week here. Are you serious, Jill? Jesus Christ. I didn't even know that. Really?
That when I went to the DMV, it took 45 minute drive to get there. And then when we were in there was no one like helped us for so long. So we were sitting there and then, to get your ID, you need to have like proof of address. And so like, if you're homeless, you literally don't have an address. You need so many documents. And it's like,
and also
I didn't have
native, like indigenous people on like reservations. There's also issues with the addresses on reservations counting as like an address too. So entire fucking swaths of indigenous Americans are disenfranchised through that bullshit too.
I was looking up the other night what the percentage of like Native American voters were because I didn't see any percentages of that. And I was like, I feel like there should be a little more representation than what I'm seeing. Mm-hmm. I looked up and it was like abysmal. Just.
Oh, you did? Yes. Yeah. Oh, I just see this. Sorry, Straight Edge is pitching me. Is pitching me merch. New shirt. Quote, maybe you should listen. And quote, I'm not MAGA, dork. I like that one. I'm not MAGA dork.
The entire time the last guy that was up was talking, I really was like, oh my god, like, please shut up.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh dear.
that made me like horribly angry because I was sitting here and like I have questions to ask you and like conversations I want to have because you are someone that you can have a productive conversation with and like get answers from. And he's sitting there like talking about his wife who I'm sure hates him. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh Jesus. In Seattle they give homeless free ID. That's cool. That's actually
amazing.
really cool. I like that. Bring up a solution. Don't vote for fucks like Trump. What do you mean? We're not in control of the solution anymore, dude. It's up to you. You control, like, you voted for Trump. You're MAGA. Now it's up to you to fix it all. Congratulations. You got the trifecta.
You got what you wanted.
Everything is up to you guys now. Congratulations. So you better fucking fix it. Literally nothing standing in your way now. There's nothing standing in your way. So if you don't fix it, I hope you shut the fuck up for the rest of your life, dude. Okay, I'm gonna take this off. Some people are saying it's not a gimmick. These are supposed to be on for you can put it on for like 20 to 30 minutes, or you can leave it on like overnight.
Over this thing, like I've watched it go opaque on your skin.
Yeah,
or
it was opaque. Yeah, translucent. Yeah. You're supposed to leave it on until it goes clear if you're gonna do like the long one. This is pretty close to clear, so I guess whatever.
I could never. I feel like it would get warm and sticky. I don't know.
No, it's still cool. Oh, it feels so nice. I love these things, guys. It does do wonders. If you want to buy them, I genuinely did not come on here to like sell them to you. Maybe I'll just leave this on a little bit longer. But if you do want to buy them, you should use the link in my thing. I think it's on my shop. I don't fucking know. Or storefront, is that what it's called? I don't know. If you buy it through my link, I get a commission. Yeah, but if you just go out and buy it, I don't. But you don't have to buy it through my link. But if you're gonna, I'm saying, please do. But I did not come on here to like advertise it. I literally just came on here. I'm trying to do these once a week because they're really nice. I really like how they leave my skin afterwards. So I'm trying to do them on Sundays, and Sunday's nearly over. So
I hate liking TikTok shop videos, and like every time I'm like, do I have to give this person commission?
Well, you don't give them. So the other thing though is also like I didn't know this, but I learned this recently. If you watch someone's video, someone's like TikTok shop video, and then within like a certain amount of time buy it, even if you don't use it through their link, I believe they still get some type of commission for it. So so those people, which I was like, once I learned that, I was like, oh, all those people who are like, no, I don't want you to use my commission link, like, I was like, oh, it's because if you,
they want you to,
even if you don't use their commission link, they're still getting a commission if you buy it. That said, because I haven't linked this at all in here, I will not get a commission unless you very specifically go to my profile into my whatever the shopping thing is and then buy it through there. That's the only way I would get a commission. But I work at a
commission-based store, and it makes me so mad when I see those videos and they're like, I don't even make that much, and I'm like, oh, you're getting millions of views and you're selling like a mop.
Yeah. I've done, I think, 2 TikTok shop videos because I actually really liked the product, and that was it. One of them was like a review. One of them was like when I first tested the mask. I did it with my boyfriend, and I was like, oh, we'll do like an honest review thing, and I really liked it. And then one was cakes. I have them in right now, actually. I can show you.
Oh, I wanted to try those.
The cakes, they're the best, dude. They're so fucking good. Oh my God, please, guys, buy the cakes. If they're being advertised to you on TikTok shop, buy the cakes. They absolutely are great. And I wear them almost every day.
Do they help with like the adding a little something?
No, so I'll show you. They're like kind of link it. If you go, it's also in my shop thing, I think. I made one commission video about cakes. The thing is, the 2 videos I've done is because I'm not trying to like advertise. I'm trying to be like, look, I'm going to inform you on it and stuff. They don't come off as ads. So they're just they're pretty boring as ads. So they don't get many views or any clicks or anything like that. But I'm like, okay, I legit like this, and I don't sit on TikTok. Like I post a lot on TikTok, but I don't post ads constantly on TikTok. So like I know for a fact, like once in a blue moon when I'm like, listen, this product is actually fucking awesome. Like I'm just gonna do it honestly. I'm not gonna do like, oh my God, someone's getting fired for this. Like no, I fucking
those
hate
videos.
that. But this stuff, and it's also like a small, female owned, brand. I love the cakes. So they don't, I know there's some like debate about whether or not they do like lift. They don't do lift, but because they're grippy, they like, you know how you can like, you'll like adjust your bubbies and stuff like until they like look good in a tight shirt. Obviously the shirt has to be tight. In a loose t-shirt, they'll do whatever they want. But, because it's grippy, it kind of helps them stay in place more.
Whoa.
But you definitely, you still want to wear them in like mostly like tight clothes. Like loose ones, they can like fall off more easily and stuff. But anyway,
I got some like knockoff ones for homecoming, and they actually worked really, really well. But they were the ones that had the little like cinch thing in the middle.
the cinch thing in the middle.
So there's some that they'll be individual ones, but they have it's like a little snap in the middle. So you put one on one, and then you push
so
them
it's like
together.
sticky. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you snap it in the middle.
Yes. Yeah, I have something like that, but this is different. So this is not a sticky.
Oh, I didn't know it wasn't sticky.
It's not sticky. It's like it's grippy, which is the whole thing. They're like, it's not sticky, it's grippy. Yeah, so it's not sticky. It's not like adhesive. That's why like you want to wear it mostly under like tighter shirts, like looser ones. I know some people wear them under looser shirts. I wear them on.
I'd be scared of that.
It depends on the shirt. Sometimes I'll wear them under. Like, but they basically like cover your nip. They hide it, but also because it's so thin. Like I don't know if you've had. So I've used those ones that are not just like the sticky bras, but like the like little like nip covers. Those like they make it look like you have like sausage nips because they still like stick out a whole bunch. They're so thick. These are so thin. It's like there's like no line. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
They're amazing. I fucking love them.
I'm kind of blessed. I don't have to like use those at all. Like I've never had an issue with it. So I'm like,
Anyway, yeah. Welcome to this whole thing.
did someone get misgendered? Oh no.
No, that's just the person in here who's trying to complain. Anyway, if you guys want to go get them, you should. The fucking company is awesome. It's just ladies. I'm obviously not getting a commission because I don't have, this is not like a shoppable video or anything like that. If you do want to give me a commission, please just go, you can go to my profile to order it. But also, if you're not going to get it, don't get it. Like, it's fine. You don't care that much about what? Hold on, what's going on in this whole thing?
I'm reading back.
New shirt. Maybe you should listen to what? Oh, straightish. Oh, sorry. I guess the chat. I'm sorry. It didn't. What's the merch gonna be? So the merch says I can show you the merch. It says we fact check here. So, I think it's great.
This might be my first merch I've ever bought because.
Oh really?
I don't like giving money to content creators like that, and I also very rarely find any merch attractive.
I hate merch. I hate merch.
One person that made cute merch, like I hate her because she's like a Trump supporter. But I'm like, it's so cute. But like, I will not buy it. But it's so cute.
Well, what's the merch? So maybe we can learn how to make it cute.
Hers were. It was Alex Earl, and so they were all like baby doll tees, and they had little like fruits on them and stuff, and they were kind of cutesy, but they weren't like branded her.
Is Alex Earl a Trump supporter?
Her deafening silence, definitely, and her, Yeah, and her family's financial situation. I think there were some other things, and also her use of particular words that she's not allowed to say.
Interesting. Okay. She's never come. I've heard talk about her for ever since I've been on TikTok, but she's never come across my For You page, luckily. I will
I
say,
followed her for a while. I liked her. I like her girly content. The like get dressed with me. I unfollowed her when I realized her deafening silence.
there's a couple creators that I'm like, they never, yeah, deafening silence is for sure a thing, and I'm like,
There are some creators that I went to their account and it was like they stopped posting around the end of October and they started posting again around November 10th, and I was like,
okay.
like, okay.
But some people
Got
were
it.
like, yes. What someone said is like, hey, if your favorite creator didn't even take a break and like just went on as normal, yeah, take note of that.
Yeah, it's like that, or they disappeared, didn't say anything, came back completely normal.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. And what is deafening silence? That's a phrase. That's a very typical phrase. Deafening silence. That is like, I mean,
it speaks volumes of
Yeah, it
its
speaks
like,
volumes. Exactly.
like it means a lot that there's nothing being said.
Yeah, Austin. I fundamentally disagree with the morals of anyone who voted for Trump.
KKK endorsed him.
Yeah. Is it demeaning that people have that common knowledge exists without you being involved in it? It's not demeaning. I'm not gonna like. It's what's funny is about people like you is you get so triggered. You expect me to police my language so you don't feel dumb, but are all about like policing language.
Your triggers are not other people's responsibilities, dude.
So if a creator doesn't say anything about politics, they're automatically bad? No one's saying that they're automatically bad, but also like personally, I think I would prefer to give my attention, since my attention is what pays their bills. And I know that because I'm a creator and attention pays my bills. If you guys watch my videos and engage with them, I make more money. So if there's a creator who has a large platform, a very large and useful platform, mind you, and they chose to not say anything or it's clear, I mean, they also, if they seem completely unfazed by something that is absolutely devastating, people are like, well, that might mean that you know what their beliefs are, what they did and stuff. But yeah, if they did nothing, if they have a large platform and did absolutely nothing to use that platform for good and stuff, I mean, people are allowed to say like, okay, I don't want to give my attention. I don't want to pay your bills with my attention. People are allowed to say that.
I don't want to pay someone's bills with my attention that when they do not have my well-being in mind.
Right. Yeah. That's a better way of putting it. But there's that, and then there's, yeah, and people also being like, especially because they have a platform, so they could have done so much. You know what I mean? So much more than a lot of the people who are, and yeah. Okay, great. Which, please go. Yeah.
Oh, well, that was
That was easy.
easy.
That is one of my favorite things to do to MAGA in comments when they like start getting like, I'm like, well, thanks for paying my bills. It really upsets them. Yeah, exactly, Jared. But if their content is personality based, which like 99% of it is on TikTok at least, if their content is them sitting and talking about stuff, even if it's not political, like I would, yeah, if it's about you and your life, if it's about you as a person, then I think your morality and stuff like that is, and I know why people don't do it, right? They don't want to lose their clients. I will say I took a big, I took a risk coming online and starting to speak politically, and the risk absolutely fucked me over in my everyday life. I'm a freelance filmmaker, and I was working, I was producing a lot of commercials and stuff for corporate clients, and I know that corporate clients do not want someone who is like known for being political to be involved in their ad campaigns. But like at the same time, I'm like, this is what I care about. You know what I mean? Like people's lives, history, fact, politics, this is what I care about. So if it's like now or never for some really serious moments in our history, like I'm not gonna stay silent just because I need corporations to pay my bills, which I do, unfortunately, you know? So, you know, if I can take that risk without having an actual following, because I decided to do that before I had an actual following. And even now, my following is tiny, right? And if this app goes away, which it looks like it very possibly will, I don't have a following anywhere else that pays my bills. So I'm fucked, right? But if I can do that when I have no following and risk what I have, like my real job, risk my career, and take that step because it's important to me, then someone with a following whose following will not entirely disappear, like it might diminish a little bit, but will not entirely disappear, to not use that to speak out on behalf of things like human rights and stuff, that's telling. It's not wrong. You know what I mean? Do whatever the fuck you want. They can do whatever they want, but it's telling. And do I really want to be a part of how they make money when they can't, you know, they can't use the way they make money even to just like speak out on behalf of other people? Yeah, Josh. Well, it's a mess. No, that's not what happened, Clodog. Lemonade is also owned by ByteDance, so any laws that get passed that apply to TikTok because of the ByteDance structure will also apply to Lemonade. If TikTok is banned, Lemonade will also probably be banned because it has the same ownership structure as TikTok.
If TikTok ends up getting banned, do you think you're moving to like YouTube or?
I'm on YouTube and Instagram. I'm on.
I was thinking the majority of your content.
Are these visible?
Yes, they are.
Okay, cool. They're not always on screen, but you can find me. I'm on all the apps except for Twitter. Like I'm on Bluesky as well. I still have to add that thing up there. But right now I post all my TikToks on YouTube and on IG. But I don't have the same following because the algos for them don't work. But also like IG doesn't pay.
Yeah.
But you know, YouTube does. It just doesn't pay as much, and YouTube is full of MAGA, so they don't really like me there. But I am on Twitch as well, Nas, but people don't really like me. No one
Twitch,
finds me on Twitch.
I would be scared if I were you on Twitch. I had a. Do you know Molly Rudder? And yeah. Well, you were talking about like the deafening silence and then the like TikTok shop stuff, and I was like, oh, this reminds me of Molly Rudder.
Yeah. Oh, you know who actually? So the people I'm like side eyeing right now are Tatum. Do you know her?
I don't know who that is. No.
So she's like a comedian, basically. I mean, she started just posting like like mommy content, but it was like opposite. Like she's like foul mouthed and stuff, you know, and she'll talk about like her kid and parenting, but like in very comedic ways where she's like bitching about stuff, and she'll use like expletives and stuff, whatever. But I think her username or the way display name is like Tatum My Dude. But now because she got so big on TikTok, she's like a comedian. She just went on tour recently, all this kind of stuff. He should just let her be in her relationship. What do you mean he's been talking to her? You know, you can talk to women. Just because a woman talks to you doesn't mean that she's romantically interested in you. You should stop assuming that that's what that means. So
I think he means talking in the way that like I would mean talking, like talking like
yeah.
I think the talking now is more like dating.
Talking is just talking. Rule number 1, talking is just talking. I know what you mean, because we had that also when I was your age, but as an adult, you know, not to be like, well, back, you know, you'll grow up and you'll find out soon enough. You know, I fucking hated that year. I still hate it. I still get that shit from like boomers. But so I do apologize, but I will say eventually you're going to like get old enough to the point where you realize like talking isn't as once it's like less exciting. Because now you're young and every little thing is like it's so exciting. I miss how exciting everything felt back then. But once you kind of get older and you realize like how easy talking is and how little it actually means and like what, you know,
Yeah.
And
Well, that's
and
what
yeah, you'll
being
start being like, you know what,
being
he's
a
just talking to
teenage
me.
girl, like just on social media, is like just around guys is horrifying. Like
Yeah,
especially like I just got out of a relationship and it was scary.
yeah,
And having to explain to men on Snapchat, like, yes, because I said hi to you does not mean I want to randomly do things with you. Like, I'm sorry.
yeah. Also, I mean, like, let's just normalize, talking to girls and not having expectations of them, romantic ones at least. You know what I mean? Like,
Is that
just a whole fucking thing. There's people there because it's odd. I mean, we don't really talk. It's been a while since that came up, but before all the political stuff really started hitting in the lives, I would have guys come in here every once in a while with like, advice about a girl and stuff. And usually it was like the girl said like, I'm not interested. And they're like, oh, but she's still being nice to me. Or like, she said, I'm not interested, but like, she still wants to hang out and do this. And it's like, okay, she wants to hang
because she's
out. That
polite?
doesn't mean that she wants to date you. Like, and that's okay. And they're like, yeah, but like, well, she's leading me on because she wants to like, hang out like this, even though we said we would just be friends. And it's like, okay, but friends hang out. She's not leading you on by continuing to be friends with you. Or people being, guys being like upset when a girl is like, oh, I don't want anything serious. And they're like willing to like hook up and stuff. And they're very clear about it. And it's like, okay, if you don't want to hook up with her, don't hook up with her. But don't expect, if she's straight up telling you she's not interested in more than XYZ, don't expect that to change without like a conversation or something. I don't know. Yeah, the friend zone.
Teenage boys right now are either they want one particular thing or they want to immediately get in a relationship with you and just be like, oh, my girlfriend. And it's, well, you don't know my favorite color. Please stop.
Yeah. They don't want to work
Oh,
for
that's
it, though.
That's been my thing. Like, multiple people have been like, hey. And I've been like, what's my favorite color? Tell me right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me one thing about me. But also, like, to be fair, right? Like, dating is how you get to know people sometimes, right?
Yeah.
When I started dating my boyfriend, he wasn't immediately my boyfriend, but we were getting to know each other as we started dating. And that's what that's for, right? But also, like, yeah, I thought it was bad when I was your age, and now I'm, like, looking at what you gals have to deal with, especially, like, recently, and
I could tell you some horror stories that probably wouldn't be appropriate, but
you might have to like watch your language, but
yeah.
go for it.
Oh, well, so I was like fresh out of my relationship and I was like, I'm upset about this, but I'm not gonna like process right now. So I was like, whatever. And I had this very sweet, normal looking dude, and he immediately was like, do you want to do a 2-man with me? I was like, oh, God.
What the fuck is that? Is that a 3?
So that's basically, no. So that's, I bring a friend, he brings a friend, me and him hook up, they hook up somewhere else, and then we hang out. And I was like, oh boy, what a fun little suggestion that was. I was like, show me your friend. And so he sent me his friend, and I like sent it to my friend, and I was like, hey, like, no, right? And she was like, yeah, no. So she was like, yeah, he kind of has a receding hairline, kind of looks like a shrimp. And so I went to the other dude, and I was like, yeah, sorry, my friend said no. And she also said like all of this.
Oh dear.
The very next night, I was at
just
the fair.
stoking the fire. Okay, this might be on you. Whatever's coming next might be on you. Let's hear it.
Well, I mean, I was at the fair the next day, and me and my friend were on, they had like this lift thing over it because it was huge. I live in Georgia, and it was the Coming Fair, and I don't know why, but they had a ton of videos of it that got very popular. But like, it was like they had people in like cannons, and it was like fall festival. So, I don't know. We were on this like lift thing, and I get a Snapchat of the back of my head. Him and that dude are behind me.
Oh no.
And then I went to the other dude that I like didn't know. I went to school the next day, and he's a grade below me. I never like run into him at school. I ran into him 5 times. He took pictures of me all 5 times and sent them to his friend and was like, "Hey, is this that girl that said they look like a
Jesus,
shrimp?"
that's creepy.
Yeah.
That's creepy. Okay, I don't like that. He shouldn't be taking photos of you all the time. That's weird. Oh boy. Hold on. I'm just gonna grab a spray thing. One second. All right. Sorry. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. That's wild. I also the thing right now that like, and I was gonna maybe make a post about this. Well, yeah, there's a couple posts I want to make about your generation of boys, but
I have so much information to feed you about them.
oh my god, it's just gonna make me more depressed, I think. But like this whole idea of like simping being this bad thing, and I'm like,
Oh god.
what do you mean? Like caring for a woman, loving her so much that you're gonna do nice things for her, that's a bad thing now? You're gonna say this and like 2 seconds later turn around and complain about the male loneliness epidemic? Like, why do you think you're so fucking lonely? You guys make it sound bad to treat women well. Like, of course you're lonely. Like,
And they also are all extremely rude and abrasive, and they don't ask any questions about you. They don't
oh god.
like nothing, and they're also almost every teenage boy I interact with, it has a corn problem.
Oh, really?
So it's like, yeah,
Jesus.
and it's like it's
That makes sense.
horrible. Like
Like
it's
actual
got
problem, because I don't think there's a problem with enjoying.
no, it's like a problem.
Okay.
Like there are kids my age that are
But that's not
unable
simping.
to do certain acts because they are so
Yeah.
like mentally understimulated because it's not
Yeah.
on a screen in front of their face.
Jesus Christ, that's terrifying.
Uh,
Wait, that's not simping though. What is simping then? I'm just going off of what it was explained to me as in here once.
Simping, I feel like originally people were talking about simping as like guys that will, the guys will like join girls' streams and gift them like tons of money just for like a shout out or something like that.
Sure. Yeah.
That's originally what simping was supposed to be, and then it kind of evolved into like the just guys being sweet to girls, and they were like,
It will never reciprocate. Oh, okay. Well, because people have called my boyfriend a simp, and I'm like,
it's probably because you're a streamer, and that's the only reason they're saying that, but
really? But
unless
I
he
don't know.
acts like
Maybe I was misled on I get that a lot, Evie. Tina Fey.
I after after the like simping with its original meaning really came and it more evolved to like teenage boys, like it very quickly was just like, oh, if you like are sweet with a girl at all, if you are caring, if you talk to her,
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. It's like I was told like it kind of gets used for a lot because it was like I would see it. I mean, it hasn't happened lately because mostly we talk about politics now. But back when we were just talking more general stuff, anytime I mentioned someone doing something nice, it was like simp, simp, and it's like, and yeah, until finally I was like asking, I was like, what the fuck do you guys mean by that? You really just like you use that anytime, and yeah, it was like the conclusion was like, yeah, when a guy does like nice stuff for a girl just because he's like he really wants her to like him. And I was like, that sounds healthy.
like normal.
Yeah, that sounds. I would love for my boyfriend to be a simp, to keep doing nice things for me because he wants me to like him and stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
Your hair looks fabulous.
thank you. Yeah, I haven't. I guess I haven't done this step on camera before, but and I also today fucking came out great actually. I left it in a towel for like way longer than I usually do, and I ran some errands while it was in said towel, and I think that worked out for me. Man, I'm gonna start running my errands with my hair in a towel.
This is like literally what I was just thinking about. Like I have naturally Irish curls. So like the curls at the base of my neck are these like thick, beautiful, luscious, and I have like kind of long hair. They're beautiful, except my hair is long and heavy, so they fall out immediately. But then my curls on top are frizzy waves. And I came downstairs to both my parents and I was like, hey, one of you gave this to me, and I was like, please explain. But I also have 2 random chunks of hair that dry completely straight, like pin straight.
Interesting.
I haven't heat curled my hair in like years. I took a coiler today to do it, and like my underside where it usually is flat is completely flat again.
Oh, jeez. Robin says, use a diffuser and curl cream. Yeah, Robin's been in here a while. She just showed off her hair. She just started using a diffuser recently, and it's looking great for her curls. I will say, so in terms of this whole like Irish curls thing, I've heard of that before, and I've seen what people say. I will say I had something, have something that some people would call Irish curl adjacent.
I think you're pretty consistent.
Now I do. However,
Okay, yeah.
I was going to say, so what I was learning, because I'm relatively new to this whole curl, wavy
I have like
journey.
no curly products because my parents both thought that they had like straight-ish wavy hair, and then they had me and it was like, boom.
Yep. I thought I had straight hair for 30 years of my life. You know what I mean? Like, I've only recently figured this out. I am older than 30, girl. I'm 34. Recently turned 34. I'm trying to like.
Happy late birthday.
Thank you. If you think I look younger than that, you know what to do. Give me some commish. No, I very much look my age.
Now,
but,
start young and then.
Yeah, start young. Yeah, exactly. I wish I had started younger, but I was raised by a woman who like does not do moisturizers or anything like that. So anyway, long story short, I only started figuring out my hair like, I guess not even 31, 32, basically. And especially at the beginning, the top layers, they still are quite a bit straighter, especially because my hair is heavy, especially near the top. But I always had the most wave and curls would be at the bottom. That is in large part
because there's so much moisture that gets trapped in
so much more moisture, exactly. And the sun, the weather, just everything else damages the top layer a lot more easily. So that's
I also
why
dye my hair. I've been dyeing my hair since I was like 12 years old.
Yeah. I did that I dyed my hair for a good chunk of my hair.
I'm auburn right now, and I'm about to go pink.
Pink, you said?
Yes. Well, I'm going blonde, pink highlights, and then pink.
Oh, amazing. I used to do pink hair. I did pink hair all the fucking time. It was like my color. I can actually show you a photo if you want to see.
I'm naturally strawberry blonde, so I always dye my hair like dark, and I was like, I can't keep doing this because I look bald half the month.
Oh.
So my roots come in and they're so light.
Strawberry blonde, that's a great color though. You're gonna miss that if it ever goes away. Sorry,
Okay. Robin, that's how my hair, I like recently started taking better care of it and very quickly started getting better, but yeah, I understand that. Both my parents have like frizzy-ish wavy hair, and combination I got like giant thick curly hair.
Hi, cottage. Sorry, keep going.
I completely forgot what I was talking about.
You're talking about strawberry blonde.
Oh, yeah. I really thought that I lost it a few years ago because I bleached my hair like a bunch of times at home. And then I had short hair for quite a long time. I had short hair from like 2020 to like,
Oh.
ooh.
That's what I look
Oh, you look so pretty.
That's me when I was your age.
Aww. I
Ready?
love the pink hair.
Sorry, it's like out of focus if I bring it closer, but you get the idea. But yeah.
I can't wait to look at all my high school photos and be like, wow, it was so cool.
Yeah, I peaked in high school. Can't you tell? I yeah, short hair. I did a pixie cut too. I used to dye my hair. I would like cut and dye my hair like all the time. So it was like every color on the sun. Pink and black were like my favorite. Was my favorite. It was like pink and black were the two colors I wore the most growing up. But I did like I did a couple of pixie cuts. Once it was like super super blonde pixie and like almost like bleach blonde. Basically, I had like Matt Rife's haircut or hairstyle. Sea salt shampoo is what you use, and that has been super helpful. You don't use leave-in anymore. Oh, okay. You had a red
Leave-in
faux
feels heavy on my hair.
Is that Pokemon Misty? That's funny.
I do, what has helped my hair recently stay curly on the top is I straighten my hair pretty frequently. Like when I leave the house, my hair is usually like blown out or straightened. And because like it matches the way I dress a lot better. And so when I got it cut with a bunch of layers. And my mom was like, that's gonna look horrible when it's curly. It doesn't. It's like bouncy and cute.
Yeah, layers look fucking great with curls.
But the layers have added so much, like the top layer of my hair is curled so much better because it's so much lighter.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll make a big difference for sure. Yeah.
I'm looking at right now, I don't remember the brand, but it's this like moisturizing curl spray instead of like leave-in conditioner. And like I feel like my hair needs so much moisture.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard cottage. My understanding is you got to be careful with salt because it can dry out your hair. But I feel you on that because I tried some curl creams and stuff or leave-ins would be too heavy for me as well. It's been, it's like trial and error. But now I use a curl cream and then I do like gel and mousse and then I do this thing which is like this is my only like really expensive hair thing. It's like I got it for free, but I'll probably buy it again. It's called conditioning hair primer and it's so hydrating and it smells so good, but I spray that in to like scrunch out the crunch. But then as the week goes on, if I wake up and it's like my hair's looking a little frizzy or a little dry, I'll use this again to try to like get some more moisture in this, or like I'll do like spray conditioners. Will do kind of similar thing, but I really like this stuff.
Do you use any hair oils?
This is kind of a hair oil. I use this basically instead of a hair oil. I used to use argan oil a lot, which I do love. I do still like. So if I like run out of this, I just don't have any argan oil right now, so I might not, use it. But this has, let's see, this has almond, coconut, oat milk. I guess it's milk. I thought this had more oil.
Well, with argan oil, you're supposed to put that in. Oh. Or at least my bottle of argan oil, it says that you're supposed to put it on when your hair's still like kind of wet.
Yeah, when I did it, I would usually like as my hair was drying, I would mostly like rake it into the sort of like ends of my hair a little bit. I don't know if it was, I guess it was like when it was like mostly dry, but maybe a little bit still humid, I would put it in. But also like if I didn't do it until it was dry, I would still do it a little bit like that as well. Like, and it was fine. But you just have to be really careful. It's like really easy to go overboard with argan oil, I think.
Oh, I didn't know that was, because I had one hair oil and it was very, very like herbal and gentle. So I don't know. I used that on my scalp and it helped my hair grow a lot. But I also, when I like heat style my hair afterwards, I put oil in it or like not at the roots, but it helps it go so much smoother. And then today when I used a curling wand. I like smushed all the curls between it, and like they were so soft.
Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, it's good for like damaged hair. I would like it. Yes, I would do it if my hair was like feeling like a little bit crazy or needed like a little bit of like love and stuff. I would put that into. But so it makes sense as like a thing after heat. Don't put it in before heat because it'll
Yeah,
just
because
you'll just
fry.
like deep fry your hair. But like yeah, but use heat protectant.
Which I'm like, I was about to say, hair products are so expensive, and especially for curly hair. And I'm like,
Do you not use heat protectant?
I don't, but I have not.
You gotta.
I know. I have not noticed any damage.
Doesn't matter. Just do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't work that way. You're gonna just think
I
that
get-
your hair is your hair until one day you stop using heat or you start using heat protectant, and then like I mean, it takes longer than that. Like a year or two later, you're gonna be like, my hair is so much healthier now, and it's like, yeah, it's because you've been using heat protectant.
I haven't been using heat on it that long because like I did not cut my hair or like touch my hair from like freshman year to the start of this year. I just let it grow completely because I got it cut short freshman year and then just didn't touch it.
Yeah.
And so I got it cut and it grew like 4 inches, like so quickly. My hair was probably so damaged.
You should, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Just use heat protectant. You can find cheap stuff. You know what I mean?
I get paid
use-
on Black Friday, so
Oh no.
I'm just saying. Yeah.
Get some. I just got my mom. You know that heat styling comb, that like straightener that's like with the comb.
That's also on my Amazon cart.
Really? Yeah, I got it on TikTok Shop for her, and it works really fucking well. I was like, I'm fascinated by this tool because it like wasn't around when I was like younger, and people were doing like the straightener, and I was like, I really, really want to try this, but I don't need it. You know what I mean? Like, I spend so much time trying to get my hair to like curl and stuff. Like, I don't, that's not really for me. But my mom, she like doesn't have the patience to do like any sort of curl routine for her hair, and she used to straighten her hair a lot, or she would have other people. She would get like a blowout and stuff when we were growing up. She doesn't do that anymore, but I thought like this might be the one way of making it easy enough for her to straighten her hair where she'll actually do it herself.
I'm so excited to get it because like I went from like
It's all done.
doing like pin straight, just straightening my hair as much as I could. And then I was like, oh, I'm going to get some bangs and layers to add some movements. And I was like, I'm going to start blowing out my hair to add a little bit of volume. And then I was like, I'm going to start doing curls. And I was like, I've strayed so far from who I was.
Yeah. Yeah. That'll happen. I still have moments now. I haven't dyed my hair in years. But I will still have moments now. And I looked really good with straight hair, with my very long straight hair that was like, it had like this kind of like 60s long layers to it and stuff. And I still have that, near the end of the week and stuff. I can still get it depending if I don't do my whole curl routine and I just put in some like more like slightly heavier products or whatever. I don't know why this isn't like curling up here right now, but whatever. I can still get there. But I still have these moments where I'm like, oh man, yeah, I've strayed so far from like the girl who always had crazy colors in her hair and had crazy haircuts all the time and like was always changing her hair. Like I've had a very similar hair, style and obviously color for many years now. And I'm like, this is so fucking boring. I'm boring now.
It's funny. Me and my mom for the past several years have been we both look. I don't think I look like Shelley Duvall, but my mom looks identical to Shelley Duvall.
Really?
And I look like my mom, but I don't look like Shelley Duvall. It's weird.
You might grow into it.
Yeah, every few years I'll get bangs and then I'll grow them out, and then she'll get bangs and then she'll grow them out, and like we've been doing this for years. And every single time she gets bangs and everyone's like, you know who you look like? You look like Shelley.
Wow. That's cool. That's a good person to look like. So in
me and my mom,
2011, you had emo hair or Williamsburg hair. In 2011, I was finally growing out my emo hair. 2011, I would have basically been growing out my emo hair.
I miss my emo hair.
Yeah. I had emo hair a few times. I mean, I didn't have like the ultimate emo hair, like the crazy, like,
That crosses my mind occasionally. I'm like, what if I just did that?
Yeah, I didn't have it like that, but I did because I had a side part and stuff, but I also, because I had crazy colors in my hair and stuff, and I was constantly cutting it, you know, it was like emo-ish, but I had more of like a pixie cut when that like MySpace emo sort of thing kind of happened. I was changing my hair too much to end up with the classic like blow out every day kind of emo hair thing.
I accidentally opened Reddit the other day, and the very first post I saw was someone posted like 4 pictures of that, and they're like, hey, what's this haircut called? I want to get it.
Scene hair. Yeah. I had friends that had scene hair. Yeah. I can see. Wait, I'm sure I have. Wait, hold on.
It's so interesting. The difference between like the past 2 months, this summer, I had always had cherry red, like pin straight hair. And then school started and I was like, I'm so lazy.
That's the other thing. I don't think I ever could have really properly done emo hair because I was always very lazy about like the day of, you know what I mean? Like styling wise, I wanted it to be easy, which, you know, pixie cut's not so low, you know, maintenance in that sense really, but oh no, I can't go. Okay, hold on, let's see.
I keep getting bob fluenced. Like everyone's so cute. Everyone's so cute in their bobs, but I know if I get one, it's gonna stick straight up. Like, it's not gonna look good.
Yeah. Oh, wait, here's one. Save image. Desktop. Wait. Just do it there. Damn, I've had like kind of the same-ish haircut like ever since ish. But I've had like bangs and brown hair ever since I like really grew out my like scene-ish hair.
So we both have bangs and brown hair and like kind of tortoiseshell rounded glasses.
Yeah. Oh, this
one. Giant because the 70s took over me when I was in the glasses store.
Like, I'm loving the 70s glasses, like the aviators and stuff coming back, you know?
Mine are like very big, not like, let me look. They're like a really good mix between a square and a circle, and they're just giant.
Oh, nice.
When did tortoiseshell start trending, though?
That's been around forever.
I know it's been around forever, but recently, like, I was like, oh, I'm starting like tortoiseshell more. I got my glasses, and then the next day, all of my TikTok, it's like, tortoiseshell. I was like, oh.
Oh, really? That might just be because TikTok saw you, like, buying tortoiseshell. You know what I mean? Like, that might just be the FYP, like, recognizing that, rather than it being, like, a sudden...
It was that, and it was, right before that, it had been leopard print.
Leopard print, like glasses?
Not glasses, but, like, trending, like prints. So right now, tortoiseshell is very, like, everyone's getting the claw clips and the phone cases and the, like...
Claw clips?
Yes. I have some. You know the clips that you put in your hair that are, like...
Oh, claw clips. Sorry, I thought you said clock lips, and I was like, what the fuck is that?
Claw clips.
Gotcha. Oh, man, I think you guys are gonna fucking flip with some of these. So I'm like...
Oh, but it makes me mad because I've always been on trends one step ahead. I was like on leopard print right before. So mad.
It's funny because like I went through a whole leopard, but like it was leopard print phase, but like different colored. So I had these like green leopard print pants and stuff. They were not cool back then, you know. It was like
Yeah.
my take on I don't know. I had, even though I was like kind of a scene kid, kind of like I was also just like I still had like like a unique style within that, you know. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna pull some of these
Well,
up.
my mom talks about she reminisces about these pants. She wants them back so badly from when she was my age. And she had red pinstripe Dickies pants, and then she had a couple other like really cool Dickies pants. I'm like, you didn't save those for me?
Man, I feel for your mom so hard because I was recently thinking about that. I had some like very thick, not like this thick, but like thick, like this, I think, white and black pinstripe pants. I don't know if they're technically, yeah, they were pinstripe pants that I still dream about sometimes. And the green leopard print pants, sometimes I'm like, man, I was cool. And also my mom also had like clothing items that when I was a kid, she'd be like, man, I had this like dress that you would have loved. And when she would describe it to me, I'd be like, what the like, how did you not keep that for me? You know, you're a huge pants get tight shirt team. Nice. Yeah.
Both my parents were very into music, so I grew up like very, very like I'm pretty sure my first concert was at 9 months old and it was Snoop Dogg. So like I've been and I was going somewhere with this. I forgot where I was going with that.
Okay.
Oh, my mom was like, of course, the OG like 90s, 2000s. Like she saw Nine Inch Nails by herself. She saw Deftones by herself. She was like at the Deftones show where they like a bunch of people died, and she didn't keep any of the shirts.
She didn't keep any of the shirts? What do you mean?
She didn't keep
like
any
her
of
band shirts. Gotcha. Yeah,
Yes. She was like, oh, I had this really cute light blue baby tee. It fit me perfectly. It had this like heart on it. It was Jimmy Eat World. I was like, really? And you just threw that away?
Aw. Damn. What happened at that concert? I don't even know what the like.
It was the Family Values tour. I don't remember what year it was. I think it was the year I was born. But Deftones were playing, and
So here we go.
Deftones were playing. My mom was in the back, but in the front, people were getting like so violent they had to stop the show.
Oh damn. I did not know about that. So this is that photo. Okay, here's one. Let's see. Oh, this is a little
Love
bit.
the eyeliner.
Yeah, the eyeliner. This was in Amsterdam. I was under influences, let's say. There's a little bit of a scene kid.
My mom was not at Woodstock 99, and I'm so mad.
Woodstock 99. That might have been, yeah, if your mom was like scene kid, that might have been like too early.
Yes, that was a little early for her. She had me young, but she was still in high school, I think.
Got it. Let's see what else. Oh, here. God, this was probably my best ever haircut.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yep. That was probably my best fucking look ever. Like, I still am like, I might have to do this again. I might have to do like an all, you know, a super, super bleached pixie cut. It was so me. It just growing it out was such a nightmare. Yeah. This is Nodder. He's my brother from another mother, basically. We grew up together. Let's see.
When Crystal Castles was big, Crystal Castles are still big.
I don't even know Crystal Castles.
That's like an album cover, looks like.
This one, yeah. Oh, round baby face Brenna. think I was like 15 here or something like that. Oh, thank you, Cottage. What else? Let's see. Did I already show this one? I might have.
That's so cute. I'm just getting hair inspo from this.
Okay, great. This was like my worst one, I think. This was the one time I trusted. I professionally went to get my bangs trimmed. They cut them so short. They gave me micro bangs. I gave them. I showed them a photo of like, this is once a lot of it was grown out. But when I did this was like a failed DIY hair dye attempt, and I ended up looking like a fucking snow cone.
You look like a bisexual flag.
I showed them a photo of what's her face from, oh my god, what's her name, Haley from whatchamacallit, the band, oh my god, Haley from Paramore. Yes, thank you, Robin.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, are you talking about Paramore? I don't want to be stupid and say Paramore and it not be that.
Yeah, it was definitely Paramore. It was blue at one point. I don't know why my face is like blown out, but
I used to have emerald green hair and I miss it every day.
yeah.
I thought it was small.
Robin in here dyes her hair crazy colors. This is me. I was 14 here. Maybe
Wow.
I don't know if I have to stop showing these photos at this point, but like 14 or 15. Maybe it's 15.
How old is the person standing next to you and what relation are they to
he
you?
he was like sort of my summer boyfriend. He was like 3 years older than me, I think.
Oh,
Like
okay.
yeah, I know.
Totally normal, yeah.
Here, this was like my graduating class, basically. This is our, yeah. It's hot, and that was back when like visible bras were like totally in and stuff.
Oh, I still do that.
Yeah,
I have.
There's Nodder again, as you can see. He's sticking his tongue out. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I have a big like Victoria's Secret bombshell leopard print bra. Like,
oh, nice. Let's see who's did. Okay, it's another haircut. This is one of my proms. That was a dress I made myself by hand.
wow.
Where was it? 2000s. C++ photo editor and HTML coded her own at MySpace. Guilty. Oh, I'm so guilty. Yeah. Let's see. This is also that pixie. God, that pixie was so good. I'm still friends with both of these. I'm going to the wedding of the one on the left. Her wedding.
They're both.
Summer.
All three of you are very pretty.
Yeah, they're fucking gorgeous. And Maria, the one in the center, I still talked to. We spoke just like 2 weeks ago, not even last week. I grew up with them. I'd known them since we were 3 years old.
Wow.
And Nodder, that guy, the guy in those two photos, like he and I have known each other, yeah, same since we were like 3. We were like besties when we were like little kids, and he just had a baby, and you know we're still good friends. Anytime I go back home to Spain, I still see him, and you know all that stuff. All that
Is English your first language?
Technically the first language I spoke was Spanish, but my mother was speaking in English. I understood both languages at the same time, basically. And yeah. Hold on. So yeah, I learned both languages at the same time, but when I was like really, really young, I would always answer in Spanish at first, but I learned both. I would speak English when I was playing like with imagination or whatever. So like when my mom would, because I went to an international school called like the American School of Madrid, and they really wanted kids who spoke English. And so my mom was like, she speaks English, like she swear. And I was like such a shy kid when I had the whole interview and stuff, I refused to speak, let alone in English. And they thought she was lying. And she tried like everything to convince them. She like tried calling them, you know, while I was speaking English, or trying to get me to speak English with them on the phone, all this stuff, until finally she like recorded me on a Fisher Price like tape recorder thingy. When I was playing with her, she would do like Sesame Street puppets. So basically when I would play games where I was playing characters that spoke English, I would speak in English. And I was a very verbal little child, but I was also like very shy. So So they like heard me, you know, just da 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 da, you know, in Spanish and all that kind of stuff. But oh yeah, Alan, I remember that too. I hated Facebook at first. It was too plain and boring. It was like too just like
Facebook is still pretty boring.
it kind of is, yeah, no.
Facebook, I don't open Facebook after the election.
I haven't opened it in a while. I did just download this plugin I want to use to try to download all the photos I'm tagged in. Just because like, yeah, because people are deleting their accounts, but basically all my photos of growing up are Facebook photos that other people tagged me in, basically. So if I lose that, I'm going to lose all my photos growing up.
I like to, if I ever need pictures of myself from when I was younger, I don't just like ask my mom. I just go on her Facebook and like scroll back.
Yeah. Yeah. You stopped Facebook in 2013 and never sat right with you. Well, I wonder if anyone's opened Facebook just to unfriend me.
Trying to think if anyone unfollowed me. I feel like there are some people that unfollowed me from Instagram.
Yeah, I've definitely had people unfollow me. People unfollowed me on Instagram. I mean, so I used to post more like photography stuff, and there was like a phase where I was like very much like, I had like a little bit more of a following for a while a few years ago when I was doing like film photography, but I was also doing like a lot of in the photography, like I was mostly in the photos, and I was going through this like really therapeutic era in my life where I was like I was like healing my like body image issues, because I struggled with like disordered eating at different points in my life and stuff, and even when I wasn't struggling with disordered eating, I was struggling with disordered thinking about food and stuff, and it was like 24/7 all I was thinking about was food in my body and food in my body and all this kind of stuff. And then in 2014 I took a photo of myself. I had this moment of like, oh my god, I think it was 2014. I was like, oh my god, like I just turned 24. I'm getting so old. And I was like, I am, as much as I hate my body and I hate myself, like I am never gonna look this good again. You know what I mean? Like I had one of those moments. And it's like a process, right? Like it wasn't all in one phase, but like different moments healed me in different ways, and I can remember them very well. And I recently thanked a friend for one of the moments, because he didn't realize we're like friends with benefits, many years ago. And I told him like, I know, right, Nas? No, but I was like, oh, I'm in my 20s. It was mostly like the moment was like, I am almost halfway through my 20s, and I've spent every moment of my 20s feeling disgusting and ugly and thinking about food almost every minute of the day. And I was like, I don't want to spend the rest of my 20s like this. I was like, these are my 20s. This is the time that I'm supposed to feel like young and beautiful and, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I recently got to thank this like friends with benefits guy who like, we had a thing for many years, off and on. And it started when I was like at one of my skinniest points. But then, years later we hooked up again, and I was like at one of my heaviest, and I was feeling so disgusting and so awful about myself. And I was so embarrassed for him to see me that way. And I said something like that. I was like, oh, like I don't look very good or da da da. And he was like, what are you talking about? He's like, I don't know if he said a couple things that I probably can't say on here, but he was like, he called me the S word, and also said, beautiful. And it was like, and there was no difference in the way he treated me in that moment as, at my skinniest. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was no, I didn't feel like he was lying to me. I was like, oh, he like actually does like view me as this desirable person, in both, and I feel it equally. And that was like a very, very important moment. And I got to, recently I thanked him. I was like, you know, I never told you this, but like, there's this moment that this and da, da, da. And like, you should know that was like incredibly healing for me. That was like a big moment that like I held on to for many years as part of this like healing journey. Anyway, 2014, I had that moment of like 24. I was like, I've spent so much of my 20s hating my body and like starving myself and then binging and just constantly thinking about what's the next thing I'm going to eat. Am I going to like behave myself? Am I going to like, you know, what am I what we don't talk about enough with disordered eating is how much energy is spent just thinking about food, whether you're eating a lot of it or not. Every moment of every day you are obsessing over what that next meal is going to be and like if you're going to be good or not and you know what you're going to allow yourself to eat and like if you're going to like a party or an event, like you think about like, oh my God, should I eat beforehand or should I eat after? If I'm going to eat there, like I don't want anyone to see me like eat X amount and you know what I mean? Like it's exhausting. And it's 24/7 and how the food you've had, relates to your self-worth too. Yeah, because as soon as you eat like one thing that like you quote unquote weren't supposed to, you think you're fucking garbage. You think you're disgusting and you're like, well, of course. I couldn't even do this like one thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm so weak. I couldn't even just like really, like I ate this thing that I wasn't supposed to, like, why couldn't I do it? And then you hate yourself and that like leads you in a whole other direction, you know, whether it's binging or whatever. And it's nonstop. It's a nonstop background like voice in your head. I actually, funny enough, I wrote a short many years ago. I don't know if it was like a short story or a short film that I wrote it. And I showed it to a couple of my guy friends and they were like, this is like, they just didn't get it. They were like, but like, why is she like speaking like this, you know, to herself? And I was like, what do you mean? That was another important moment because I was like, oh, does not everyone speak to themselves like this? Like, does not everyone have this like constant thing going on in the back of their mind? But then also, I don't know if you guys have seen Physical, that TV show on Apple. When that show did that, it was like basically they did exactly that, right? They include this she's got a lot going on and you know stuff, but like a big part of the story is her like really fucked up relationship to food and she similarly has like this binge thing and like, you know, bulimia and stuff, but they have her do this like narration, this voiceover narration of her thoughts where she's just like insulting herself. She's like, oh, look at yourself. Like, you're so fucking disgusting. You're just a big fat cat. Like, oh, of course you didn't, you know, this. Oh, what do you mean you want to have like a piece of cake? You can't have a piece of cake. Da, 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 da. And it's just like constantly. And like, that was the first time I saw on screen something like that. And it also validated the fact that I had written that so many years earlier and I just like never did anything with it. Cause I was like, okay, cool. See, I'm not crazy. Like, this was a thing. This is like an experience that like needed to be reflected on screen. It just, you know, wasn't time yet. But yeah, whatever. I'm sorry. I keep veering off. This is a fucking monologue. No one is better at being mean to ourselves than our brain. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cottage.
I had to have a conversation with my mom at one point because my dad's solution to everything is he's like, just eat. I'm like, yeah, but there lies the problem. And he's like, yeah, but just put food in your mouth and eat. And I'm like, yeah, therein lies the problem. And my mom's like, he can't even understand. Like,
yeah,
he can't even like put himself in the position to envision how that would feel.
Yeah. Yeah. That's, yeah, you still thoughtlessly wolfed down everything. Like, well, yeah, so, I mean, Alan, that's also part of it, too, where it's like, it's there, yeah. Kind of. I've started feeling it kind of creep in again lately. I'm trying to not nearly as bad as it's been before. You know what I mean? Not nearly as bad. More just like, after a while, because also like part of it is because Philippe eats a lot and eats a lot of sugar and gets me a lot of sugar, you know what I mean? So he'll show up with like 5 slices of cake one day. And so I'll spend the next couple of days eating cake nonstop. And afterwards I'm like, I feel like shit. And so that in and of itself isn't good, but like, or candy, you know, he has a lot of candy. He feeds me a lot of candy. But it's nowhere near what it was like at its worst, you know, many years ago. And I'm sorry that I keep rambling and going in these different directions. In 2014, I started taking photos. I took one photo. That's where this started. In 2014 on Instagram, well, I took one photo of myself from behind. Like, I was like, you know, unclothed. I'm like trying to not say a trigger word on here. So it was just like my back. It was like you didn't see anything, but I wrote this sort of thing of like this like ode to my body in a way, where I was like, I have treated where I was basically like, this is my vessel. Like my body isn't me, but it's what I have that carries me around. And I've spent so much time hating it when like I shouldn't, you know what I mean? And so that sort of started this journey on Instagram for a couple of years where I was taking a lot of like self-portraits, it was mostly like exploration of my body and basically, and I would write a lot, you know, I would write these things on some of the posts. Some of them got like a little like emo-ish where it was like, you know, just like the title of photo, you know, as if I was like a photographer who was like, whatever. But I would write these things and I started having people reach out to me on Instagram. And this was the era, mind you, of like millennial pink and like perfectly manicured, like everything on Instagram was like perfectly like staged and manicured and stuff. This was before like realism was starting to come back into vogue. And so it was very different from a lot of what was on Instagram, where I was like, it was grainy film and it was like body stuff. It was imperfect photos. It was like the whole idea was like these different things. And I was being really fucking real about body image issues and depression and mental health. And I started having these people start like following me and like reach out to me. And like I would message with these people online, you know, who just were like connecting to that stuff. Eventually that slowed down and I stopped several years ago. And slowly my following on Instagram basically dropped to like nothing, but, the filter and hashtag era. Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna say that sounds like the modern day equivalent of like, I know so many girls where like they'll be, and me included, be sobbing, and then I like pull up my Snap and I'm like, hold on, I need to take a picture. I look so good right now.
Yeah. So what's funny is there's a photo on, I think it's on my Instagram, that I took where I was like crying. I was inconsolable. And I remember this because it also kind of changed my brain chemistry, so to speak, you know, where I couldn't stop crying. I was having like a full-blown like panic attack crying. And I just decided to capture it because at that point I was capturing everything with like film and stuff. And so I took a photo and it was with an Instax photo, you know, one of those like auto, like,
Yeah.
you know, Polaroids, but for our generation. And as I sat there and I was just watching the photo develop, like I finally just stopped crying. And I
Yeah,
wrote
I
about
do
this.
that too.
Well, and I wrote about this on Instagram where I was like, that made me realize like what we need so often what we need is to just feel like the emotion has been noted and like exists. You know what I mean? It has existed to someone or to something.
It matters. Right. What you feel matters to someone.
It matters, and it has registered. Because before I couldn't stop. I was alone in my apartment. I could not stop crying. But as soon as I took a photo of it, I was like, okay. Like my brain on some level was like, okay, I see you. You are seen. This moment is captured. This sadness, this feeling is captured, and it exists outside of you. So now you are prepared to move on to the next thing, to feel the next feeling. You know what I mean? And that completely like changed my understanding of like what we need sometimes for our like emotional moments. And you know, we just, a lot of the time we need that emotion to register somewhere. We need confirmation that it exists, you know, outside of
Yeah.
ourselves. But yeah, it helps almost dissociate from the emotions, I think. Yeah. Yes and no. Yes, but I also think it was like good for processing it in a way. Because disassociating is more about like you leaving your body. You know what I mean? Like stepping outside of yourself to like not have to feel the emotion. And this was like almost the opposite, where it was like, okay, take the emotion and put it there so you can look at it. Like really, really look at it, register it, and like see it and acknowledge it. Like it forced me to acknowledge it, if that makes sense, rather than just like feeling it and having this like storm rage on and trying to stop that storm. It was like, no, let's put it here so you can see it and you can look at it and acknowledge it. And now your brain can move on.
I was at 6:45 this morning. I was like hysterically sobbing. I took 3 pictures. I was looking at it and I was like, oh, I'm done.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just I was like, oh, I was crying.
Yeah. There's something interesting.
It feels like it's just kind of like an end to the situation, which is nice. But you were talking about before, you were like, I'm, this age and I'm never going to look that good again. And like taking like all the pictures of yourself and like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think there's something similar to that too. Yeah, where it's like part of the body, part of the brain that's like, that won't let you stop crying is because it's like, no, this is important, right?
Yeah.
Like this moment is fucking important, and like we can't leave it because we're feeling it. Yeah, there's something there to that thing of like you can't return to this moment or something like that, so we're just going to stay in it. But once you give your brain this ability to be like, no, registered, noted, this feeling, it has been noted, and we can now revisit it whenever we want to by pulling this out. The brain is like, okay, cool. I just wanted you to know. I just wanted you to make a note of like what we're feeling right now. I feel like there's something that's like similar in that weird way of like, well, 24, I'm never going to look this good again, so might as well capture it now,
I hope I feel like that at 24, because you were talking about like eating stuff and like
sad girl 2019 era.
Oh, that was all it was like teenagers, younger girls online, but it was just like soft girl, like very chill era. I don't know. I miss 2019.
I miss 2019 too. It became hostile with all the sexiness. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
But yeah, talking about the eating stuff, like your experience is so much different from mine. It's so interesting.
In what sense? I mean, if you feel like sharing.
I don't want to like overshare on someone else's live. That's why I was like very, but I don't know. I think for me, like my eating is so, I don't really think about it, but it's like I wake up and I'm not hungry, and then I just kind of go through my day, and then it's like I was hungry for about 10 minutes and now my stomach hurts, so I'm nauseous, so I can't eat anything, and the smell of food makes me nauseous, and then I have another golden 10 minutes, and then as soon as those 10 minutes are done, like, and then the next few days, or it'll be a few days of that, and then it'll be a few days of like I eat everything in sight constantly. I'm so hungry, but over and over. And it's been a cycle of this since I was like very, very young.
Yeah.
And it's like, it distorts my body image so much, because I was talking to my therapist about it, and it like, what I said back to her was making me laugh, but she was like, yeah, doctors aren't gonna like really take you seriously because of your current weight. And I was like, you think I'm skinny? But yeah, So it's always just been like I don't know. Every time I mention it to the doctor, they're like,
Yeah. Which so fucked up too, because I don't know if this is still the thing. I remember growing up, the definition of anorexia like had like a body, like had a weight component to it. Like it was as
yeah,
if you couldn't be bulimic or anorexic if you didn't meet this requirement of being like underweight. You know what I mean? And it's like that's not the issue is the psychological problem. It's
yeah,
entirely psychological. And that was like a big thing too. I mean, it's interesting the way you describe it. It's like nowadays I have things kind of like what you're saying of like for me more I don't think about food all day long, which is great. You know what I mean? I don't know how the fuck I crawled my way out of that whole, I mean, I grew up in it. You know what I mean? I was
yeah.
raised by a boomer and, you know, just like every other fucking millennial girl out here was like, you know, raised in a world that was trying to give us
Diet
all
culture.
eating disorders and stuff. And so I grew up with this mentality that everything was like so food focused and body focused. Like, do I look good today? Do I look bad today? Do I look fat today? Do I look, you know, a little bit less fat today? You know, all this kind of stuff. But but now somehow like I don't think about food like all day, but as a result then I will accidentally like not eat all day and I'll like get to the end of the day and I'll like have to sit and think and be like, did I eat today? And like, okay, now I need to eat. And if I don't eat enough for a little while, like the next time I eat that like upsets my stomach. And so
Yeah,
it's not like psychologically it's a lot fucking better. It's a lot less
yeah.
exhausting, but like physically it's like, yeah, it's also like I have to be reminded. And now that I have you know, my boyfriend is like really amazing and we kind of joke. He jokingly calls himself like dinner boy because he kind of has taken it upon himself to make sure that like I am eating regularly and stuff. Which not that I can't do that without his help, you know what I mean? I've been doing that.
It's just helpful to have someone care about you and like
Yeah.
make sure that you're eating.
Yes, especially on days where I'm like working on other stuff or my brain is somewhere else entirely. Like he has opened up this door for me to like be able to like really put my energy wherever I need it to be instead of like also always having to reserve this piece for like, you know, making sure there's enough food in the house and then do I have enough time to make the food and then, you know, when I make the food is that going to be like enough, you know, all that kind of stuff. I mean, I still have to do it. We don't live together, so I still technically have to do it to a certain extent, but yeah. What, forgetting to eat when a hyperfocus is real. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's a big
it
part of it. Yeah.
very much is. But it's also like earlier I sat down with because I did not go to like I have not slept since night before last because I pulled an all-nighter because I had meetings for work in the morning and then it was like 5 and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna work well for 4 hours of sleep. I'll be more coherent if I was just already up. And so I like got up and then immediately got ready and went to work. And then I was at work for a really long time. And then me and my mom sat because she was out of state. So we sat and talked forever. And then I sat down with dinner and I was like, when was the last time I ate? Like, I don't even remember what I ate yesterday.
Yeah. That can definitely happen. It's not great.
But it's so exhausting.
Yeah.
What I've noticed this is slightly related, and it's eating related. I've noticed more recently with like guys that go to the gym, it like their eating has gotten so crazy messed up, and I like have to tell them like the like 12-year-old girl eating disorder talk like your body's like a tree and it needs nutrients to grow. Like I
Yeah. Yeah. There is
I
yeah, there's something I think we need, and maybe this we have changed, maybe we've updated our language. I think we have. I think psychology has updated its understanding of a lot of this stuff.
I can
To
pull up the
understand
DSM-5 if you want. I have it.
what's that?
The DSM-5.
Oh yeah, you have a copy. I used to have a copy. I don't know if I
I
still
don't
have
have
it
a
somewhere.
I don't have a physical copy, but I took AP Psych last year, so I have the entire digital, all 900 pages
Oh,
and 1,000
nice,
pages of it
nice.
downloaded in my laptop.
I used to have a physical copy, but I think I gave it away to someone at one point because I was like, I don't really need this. Um, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you can look at. I don't know. The DSM-5 was in place like 10 years ago, so that's I don't know that they've updated
It's been,
that much.
I believe it's been updated. We did an eating unit during AP Psych, and it was completely taught because it's a college class. It was completely taught, like
Yeah,
from the
that's pretty good.
DSM. Let me see.
I update it every few years. Yeah. Um. I wish, and I think they have. I think just colloquially, I've heard. It seems like understanding or discussion around disordered eating. The fact that now we can talk it disordered eating, I always refer to it as disordered eating, what I had, right? Because when I
Yeah.
was growing up, it was either you could have an eating disorder, which was
Hmm.
like anorexia or bulimia, was basically it. And then, there was like, I think gym, like eventually people started talking about like what they called manorexia, which was like specifically
Yeah.
about like the gym, you know what I mean? But they like
Yeah.
treated it as if it was like totally different. And I know that it affects boys less, but um and not all your diagnoses are in this DSM-5, really? Gotcha. Yeah, well, the UK has always had like different DSM-6 as of October 23. I was gonna say like I thought the DSM-6 was like coming eventually. The
I
UK
don't know
uses different language than the US in a lot of things.
why. They took away my permissions for the DSM.
Oh.
So mad about that.
Oh, 24. Oh, so as of October 24. Okay.
Okay, that's why we
Oh,
weren't taught
just
using
now.
it.
Um, medical teaching is near the same. Yeah. But I think some of the language is different. It's like pretty much the
It,
same stuff, but it's the language is
it
still different.
is. I'm trying to think of, because the eating unit was like early in the course. The way that it was taught was very
Sure.
black and white, though, and I did not like that.
Yeah.
Like, I did. It was just very. If you have an eating disorder, that means you hate the way you look, and that's it. I was like,
Yeah. There's yeah. There's yeah. My
and
my
it's
issue.
difficult to.
Sorry. Go ahead.
It's difficult to like raise your hand in class and be like, "Hey, that's wrong," and then be like, "Personal experience." So I was just like, I had to sit there and be like, "God, this does not seem right."
Yeah. And I think that's why, that's why I always refer to because people are like, oh, did you have an eating disorder? And I'm like, I had disordered eating. Because like none of
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to be classified under bulimia or anorexia. And I think eventually there was like binge eating disorder. Maybe that was like the
Yeah, binge
closest
eating.
thing to it. But like for me, it was like, but binge eating disorder, I don't know. It's just, so for me, it was just disordered eating because I would go through an era. I think it's technically it would fall under binge eating disorder now, but I would be like successfully anorexic for several months, and then I would binge like crazy.
Yeah.
Or I would go through a phase where it was like, I'd be fine for a day and then the next day I would binge and then fine for a day and then the next day I'd
Yeah.
binge. But it was like, it would always ebb and flow like constantly. There were eras where I was eating like less than 500 calories a day. You know what I mean? And like, but I technically wasn't, at the time, I wouldn't have been considered anorexic because I wasn't yet underweight really. But
Yeah.
also I think there was like a time requirement at that point too, and I would usually like hit some sort of like binge episode. Sometimes it was like once a week, right? It was a whole fucking thing, and so yeah, I just say disordered eating, because also even if it's not like, even if it doesn't involve like the behaviors directly as much, it's like
It's your
It's
eating habits are disordered.
your eating habits are disordered, but more just like the way you think of.
Yeah.
Because like I could be part of like a regimented like food thing, you know what I mean, where someone else is like deciding my food for me and stuff, and I would just eat whatever, da 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 da. But that wouldn't change my psychological relationship with food. You know what I
That's
mean? That doesn't fix
I
anything.
have to like prepare myself to go eat. Like I have to know what I'm eating,
Yeah.
and if like we switch up restaurants, like I will not. And I don't know. I hate like just not knowing what I'm gonna have.
Yeah. That was part of it for me too. I would be very anxious about restaurants I didn't know, because I wouldn't know what I could order, there. And I would
Yeah.
often go to restaurants with friends and just not order anything. And I would just be like, oh, I'm not hungry. And like part of it was like I was afraid of eating in front of people, but also
Yeah,
like,
I don't like restaurants.
yeah. Yeah.
I feel like not most, but a lot of girls end up going through it. I don't know.
Yeah.
At least
There
it's not
is a way out, you know what I mean? I now
Yeah.
eat on camera and stuff, sometimes. And I think I mentioned that at one point early on, like one of the first times I ate on camera, I think I said, I was like, I'm not used to eating in front of people. Like
Yeah.
I mean, I eat with friends now and stuff, and like that's fine, but I still don't love eating in front of people. But I was like, oh, okay, I can do that now. I can literally sit on camera and eat something. Like I would not have been able to do that 10 years ago. It would have been fucking impossible. So there is like a way out. You know what I mean? Like there is a way to end up where it's not.
I really hope it's because it's been such a big cycle for me. Like I did rowing. I was a varsity rower for 3 years, and I had to quit because I had to quit just because I was not able to take in enough calories. Like I physically could, because we were supposed to be eating like 3,000 calories a day.
Yeah.
Which is not crazy, but like that's still, you need to be like snacking constantly, and like, and I was injured like every single season. I had a new injury. I just quit. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But I hope that it like, because sometimes it stops for like months. Like this summer, I was chilling, and then as soon as school hit, I was like, oh god.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a stress thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Robin says, I get in moods where all food sounds gross, so I try to make myself drink bone broth to get protein. Yeah.
That's a good idea. I might go do that because I need to. Oh, what I was saying earlier with like gym boys, I work at a running store, and it's not just like we sell shoes. Like we go into nutrition health and foot health, and we sell apparel and all that stuff. And I was working with this one dude, and he had a marathon in 2 days. His marathon was today. And he was like trying to order a smoothie, and he had 3 different pages opened up with different nutrition facts of the smoothies.
Yeah.
And I literally looked at him, I was like, Randy, close the nutrition facts. Like it's a smoothie, please just eat it.
Yeah.
And then there's a boy, which I've known him since like middle school, but I was talking to him at work today, and he was like, yeah, I woke up, had 2 scoops of pre-work. He works out twice a day. He's like, I had 2 scoops of pre-workout, usually don't eat anything for breakfast, don't eat anything for lunch, and I have a ton for dinner.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Yeah. Which can be a thing, right? Like I will say I'm sort of like a 2 meal a day girly, sort of. Most of my life I've been a 1 meal a day girl. That's what I prefer. That's what I just do best on, you know what I mean? Because I like a big meal, whatever. And some grazing throughout the day, whatever. But now I do force myself to eat in the morning, so I'm in that rut. But like eating once a little bit in the morning, I need protein in the morning for my meds. Thank you, Nan. But yeah, the goal when you're starving, the goal is to eat when you're hungry. Yeah. And so I don't want to like poo poo anyone who like is like a 1 meal a day person, just if that's naturally what you're most comfortable with. Like that's what my mom does, right? Though my mom has also struggled with like disordered eating most of her life. But that idea of like, yeah, just someone who, I understand tracking your macros and stuff, but just worrying about like a smoothie, like every little calorie to the point where every bit of food that you put in your mouth is like a whole giant research project, like in and of itself. And like, yeah.
I saw some Jim Bro's TikTok, and he was making like 3-ingredient protein pancakes. And he was like, they're super high in macros and they have like 200 calories in them. And I commented on it and I was like, are you happy? Like, genuinely, does this make you happy?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, no one wants to admit that they got baked and ate 9 cans of ravioli, but here we are. Yeah.
Oh, well, I do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's when the pendulum swings.
Yeah. That's that like binge thing.
Oh, I was talking about the getting baked and eating 2 to 3 cans of ravioli.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, binging being like, yeah.
Well, it's really interesting. I never get like super hungry when I do, which is, everyone's like, you don't? I'm like, nope. But I just kind of eat.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm supposed to.
I feel like I understand what you're saying. I feel like eating, maybe it's not just hunger, but it's like eating just becomes more interesting.
Yeah, it's like because usually when I go to make myself food, I'm like, I make myself an egg and maybe some toast, maybe some sausage. But like I get in the kitchen and I'm like, oh, the spice cabinet. We have mac and cheese, oh boy. I feel creative.
Yeah. Okay. Do you all happy binge or stress binge? That's a good question. I think I don't really do it now, honestly. We're just talking about this. I somehow really crawled my way out of the psychological hole I was in for most of my life, a few years back and stuff.
Which bless, because you look amazing now.
Yeah, for me, it was usually like, I think it was usually stress, but more so than anything else, it was like a dam breaking. You know what I mean? Like all it took was like one sort of like toe into it, whether it was like celebratory or stress induced, and then it would just go. You know what I mean? I think for the most part, but and maybe it's like cart before the horse, right? Like or chicken and egg. Like I was so deeply unhappy in those times, in large part because I was spending so much energy hating myself and being stressed about things like food, that binging made me feel like shit after the fact. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to know. It was all related to stress and anxiety and stuff, of course, because it was causing that, but also that stress and anxiety was like what was leading to it and overall, and I don't know. It's hard to know. But I will say the way it finally stopped for me, and it, again, slow thing, and there's like multiple moments that really like led to that like healing thing, was I was at like a heavier point in my life, and I decided, I had those different moments over the time. One of the moments I had was like, I was looking at photos of myself, old photos, and I was like so skinny at this point. It was like right around the time, the same time that this guy and I had like first hooked up or whatever. And I remember I was wearing these like big baggy shirts because I felt so fat and ugly at the time. I felt so disgusting, and I was like trying to hide my body nonstop. And there was like this photo, and my arm is so skinny. And I saw it, and at that point, I was like 40 or 50 pounds heavier than I probably was at that, in that photo, where I felt the exact same way about myself. you know, where when I was heavier, I could like rationalize it as like, well, no. It's like literally about the, like, yeah, I hate the mentality and I hate the psychology of it. But like once I get skinnier, then I'll be happier and I won't have to think about it so much once I figure that out. But I had this moment where I realized like, oh, I was so skinny in this photo and I felt the exact same. I did not feel like now, not now, but like when I was having this thing, I was like, now I would kill to have that body. And at that time when I had that body, I spent zero time appreciating it for what it was. And I fucking, whatever. So I kind of reached this conclusion at that point where I was like, you know what? I'm just going to fucking focus on loving my body, which sounds like such a cliche, right? But I was like, on just like accepting it and like being cool with it. And I'm just going to, instead of like telling myself that I'm going to be happy once I'm skinny, because obviously I'm not, I'm just gonna, like, let me just like tell myself, like, be like, okay, listen, you're fat and that's okay. Work on like what you need to fix is not your body. You know what I mean? I was like, basically like, stop thinking that you gotta fix your body. Accept the fact that you're never gonna like fix your body. Fix your fucking brain. Fix your brain. And ultimately, that led to a much healthier relationship with food. Yeah, truly a chicken egg situation. Yeah. Like as a result of that, it took time. It took a lot of work and it's not easy. I genuinely like, I don't have any way of just saying this is how you do it and stuff. I was like, just fucking accept your body. I know you can't order anyone to do that, but that's what I did. I was like, just fucking accept it. Just fucking accept it. Deal with it. It's never going to change. And if it changes, like, just deal with it. Like, stop, whatever. Fix your fucking brain. And once I started working on that, that's really that's when the healing truly, like, began. And it was like, I'd picked up those little tidbits. I'd had these different moments that I'd, like, learned from, that the guy who viewed me just as beautifully when I was, like, super, super skinny and when I was, like, much heavier. That, when I was a teenager and I went to like Amsterdam and I walked around the red light district and I saw, there, like, each kind of street has like a different type, and so there was like one street that was like much older women and there was one street that was like much heavier women. And when I was like walking around there, I was like, oh wow, like there's an audience for everyone. You know what I mean? I was like, this is going to sound way worse than what I mean it, but like in my head, I was like, oh, if there's someone out there, if there's an audience out there for them, there's definitely an audience out there for me, And that stuck with me of like, no matter what, I'm going to be someone's cup of tea. And that was one, just the same thing of being like, having that realization of like, oh, when I look back on, at this photo and I tell myself, oh, all I have to do is be skinny and then I'll be happy. And then my brain, I can like work on the psychology of it and realizing, no, I was that skinny and my brain was still broken. All that, taking that forward and being like, just fucking whatever. Yeah, that is what it was. That was what the healing was that I had to do. And then ironically, and this is not, I don't mean to say this as like a selling point, but ironically, as a result, when my relationship with food got better, I just naturally started slimming back down to a certain extent and was like, and I reached a much healthier, like, equilibrium at a certain point, where I was like, okay, I just eat when I'm hungry. I have to remind myself to eat sometimes now if I'm like in hyper focus and all that stuff. All this stuff, I stopped focusing so much on the minutia of it. I don't count the calories really. I don't count calories. And I let myself, and I eat treats. I eat the stuff that I like. You know what I mean? Another thing that like I realized was like, I spent so much time depriving myself of the stuff that I liked, eating the low fat, the low sugar, avoiding the real desserts, that like food was not enjoyable for me like 99% of the time, even though I was so fucking obsessed with it, that a big part of binging also had to do with that, right? Where I was like, anytime I got my hands on a treat, I was just like, it was like the scarcity thing. What's the term? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. The scarcity, whatever. Like,
Availability or whatever.
yeah. So I think that was like a big part of the binge, right? Where it was like, I spent so much time not letting myself eat anything of substance or taste that when something was good, I would fucking lose my mind over it. So I started like letting myself eat the good stuff, the food, you know, the bread, the cheese, the sugar, like all the time. And it stopped being like this forbidden pleasure and this forbidden thing. And so I started like just, my brain just started having a much healthier relationship with food. And now it's like, and then I slimmed back down. I slimmed down, and now I'm like at just like the natural kind of like state, give or take a few pounds, I'm sure. And yeah. Anyway, sorry, that's my fucking life story and my relationship with food. All in one go. But yeah.
Your body has, like, I don't want to say a set weight, but there's like your body will stay around a certain weight unless like extremities happen, when your metabolism gets messed up. And then like that's what my AP Psych teacher was telling us. He was like, if anyone in here has an eating disorder, you'll be skinnier after. And we were like, oh.
Yeah.
But I think, well, also your body is trying to hold in as many nutrients as it possibly can because it does not know when it's going to get more.
That's it.
So you end up bloating a lot. And then when you end up like binging, it's just your body is still in that conservation mode.
Yeah, exactly. And not just in the like conservation of like the calories, but like literally, yeah, like for me it was like, that's why I binged, because my brain was like, you don't know the next time you're gonna like let yourself. And in my head also I was telling myself like, oh well, this is the last time, right? This is the last time, so better get it all in now. This is the last time. Which, by the way, in physical, not to trigger anyone's, you know, ED or anything like that. In physical, that's something that they do that's so well, where she's like, this is the last time. This is the absolute, that when she's like binging. That show, my God, that fucking monologue, the ongoing, it's so accurate. It's so accurate to that. Like, I fucking cried the first time I watched it because I was like, this was my reality for so much of my life. And yeah, it's just, it keeps your brain in fight, flight, freeze, fawn as well. Yeah, exactly.
Well, also your brain is not able to function at full capacity when it's not, especially when it is continuous. So I don't know, I feel like when I'm, you know, eating a lot better and in like a regular schedule, I feel like I'm so much more mentally like just there.
Yeah. That's definitely part of it too. Have you read it Into the Wild? Many, many years ago. But your body will fight to maintain a fairly set calorie intake. Yes and no. I think yes, Jared, but also like, speaking as someone who has had very like varying calorie intakes over the course of my life, part of me is also like, yes and no, you know?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't want to.
But I do think like, if I'm left to my own devices and I'm just eating, if I'm eating to like fuel myself, but also like, because not just fuel myself in that it has to be boring, but like eating what I want when I want, like, but it's still, you know, I'm still treating it as food and fuel and stuff. It's like, yeah, I pretty much, I like end up at this level and I kind of just stick to it like naturally. It's just
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the reason I'm seeing more fluctuations lately, I will say during the pandemic, I lost a ton of weight. I started getting like dangerously, not dangerously underweight, but I was like teetering on underweight because of the stress. Like I started having for the first time in my life this totally different stress reaction where now when I'm stressed, I forget to eat more rather than, or like I just can't deal with the food. It's so different from, yeah, what I grew up, basically doing, where stressed I would eat in order to like not deal with the stress. And now it's like the opposite, which is crazy because when I was a kid, not a kid, young adult, teenager, whatever, I always, like, whenever someone said like, oh, when I get stressed, I forget to eat, or when I get stressed, I don't eat. I was always so jealous of that. I was like, man, I wish that was my fucking stress response. And now that that's my stress thing, I'm like, no, it sucks too. Like that's not great either. um, so I did get like underweight, and I was like trying to, I was trying to force myself to have more calories. So I had like Nutella. I had like a big jar of Nutella in my kitchen constantly for a few years. And I would just, every day I would force myself to have a couple of spoonfuls of Nutella. Not that it was hard to convince myself to do that, but but
That's what
yeah.
my mom did with some Nutella bagels.
Oh, really?
I really like bagels, and so she started keeping Nutella, and she'll bring me Nutella bagels.
That's good. Nutella. Yeah. Nutella's fucking is great for that. It is. It's like an easy way to get a hefty amount of calories with like a small amount. But yeah, it sucks to not. So I have something that happens now. Like if I get stressed and I forget to eat for like a day and a half or two, when I eat, my stomach fucking kills me. It's like my digestive system will like basically turn itself off, and then when I introduce food back into it, and it like basically has to kick itself back on, it hurts like fucking hell, and it's not good. It's not good. Um, so yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't know if there's like a conclusion beyond that, but like,
I think, well, it's also like, because you're,
debate.
hmm?
No,
Because
go ahead.
your like digestive system like shut itself off, because like, you know how they tell you the day before Thanksgiving you're supposed to like eat a lot because the next day your body is going to be like, well, yesterday we had this big meal at this time, so today we're ready for this big meal at this time.
Oh, really? Oh, no, I
Yeah.
hadn't heard that, but that makes sense.
So
Growing
like that's
up, the advice I always got was like, eat
it's like,
light leading up to Thanksgiving so you don't gain a lot of weight, which, just,
wear a
reflects the
sweater
fucking
and
times. Some bullshit.
yeah, that's what your body expects meals on a timer, basically. Not like really on a timer, but like that's why like you're supposed to have set meal times, because that helps your body like digest the food the best it can because it's ready for it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. That's definitely like a thing. Sorry, I'm saying the thing. Yeah, Robin, same here. Brain fog goes away when I remember to eat. I've been recognizing my mental reactions. I have been too. I've been doing a lot better at recognizing, like, sometimes I'm sleepy because I haven't eaten. Sometimes I'm annoyed because I haven't eaten. Hangry. I know that's a classic, but like sometimes it's hard for me to tell which one it is. But I've gotten so much better at recognizing those things. I feel like the points that I've been meanest to Philippe, not meanest, but like snapped at him most easily, was always because I hadn't eaten. And I don't know if you can like tell. I can tell
Oh,
afterwards.
yeah. My boyfriend for like a year, within like 2 months, I would snap at him and he'd be like, have you eaten today?
Yeah.
I'm like, what? I'm like, oh God.
Yeah. I think I've started picking up on Philippe doing, and maybe he doesn't, maybe it's instinctive. I feel like I've picked up on Philippe noticing when I'm like on edge and I'm like being fucking snippy. And I think he just gets quiet and he like quietly makes something to eat. Like,
It's so
puts it
sweet
in front.
though.
He's so sweet. He like, yeah, I think I've started noticing that that's a pattern when he notices that I'm getting like really pissed at dumb shit. He just like, he gets annoyed back. Here's the, like that's the thing. It's like if I'm getting snippy, he'll get like fucking. But I've started noticing. I think maybe I'm imagining it. Maybe it just happened like by accident a couple of times. That even while he's like, he's going to. He takes some space to go make some food for me.
That's healthy.
You just show up with food. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Why Bria put Riz? What?
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, you have a great voice. I agree.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh yeah, Riz is if you subscribe to me, you get flair. Riz is well, my dog's name is Rizzo, and
Aw.
but I'm only allowed to include 4 letters on the thing, so Riz. So basically, yeah, my subscription is like Riz subscription.
The brain rot.
Yeah, exactly, the brain rot. I think it's also funny because I'm like, oh, okay, charisma. You got Riz. There you go. It's a little silly, but my dog Riz has got Riz.
God is
Rizzo
very, very
was the
sweet.
first.
Thank you so
Let me
much.
see. Let me show you guys. Hold on. Oh, good girl. Say hi to people. Say hi to people. Do you want to say hi, Viz? She's ready for bed. She like just had her pre-bed water. Ugh.
I was on someone's live stream last night, and he had we were
Oh, wait, you didn't
requesting
know you could
music.
do that?
And he had a whole queue. He went to the bathroom, and his cat came in
Sorry.
and started stepping on the button to skip, and his cat started. He had like a whole little booth, and his cat started like messing with the music.
Oh no.
It was like DJing.
Oh, I'm glad, Cottage. Yeah, I'm sorry. I started realizing a little like maybe halfway through, I was like, oh, this is probably triggering for some people, but I figured, well, we're so deep in now, maybe people are figuring out what they want to stick around for or not. But
I've never even talked about that to that extent with anyone,
really?
except for like my therapist.
Well, thank you for talking about it with us.
Of course, thank you for talking about you. It's such like a intense thing to talk about, and but it's such like a big piece of people's lore, and it's like,
Yeah, but it's yeah, lore is, I mean, lore is such a fascinating word for it too, because it's like, what's the one thing that's like we haven't, it's one of those things that we don't really talk about like that, it's like internal lore, but I think a lot of people don't even it's one of those things that you don't even really acknowledge to yourself a lot of the time. Does that make sense? I don't know. Yeah, lore is an interesting word to use there. It's a good choice, but yeah.
And I think with when it comes with other just kind of mental stuff, it's so awkward to talk about. Guys will be like, so because I do online school. They're like, what? So why do you do online school? And I'm like, I have really bad anxiety.
Yeah. They're not equipped to have the same car. Actually, since you mentioned that, funny enough, I made this TikTok where I was talking about this first date. I don't know if it was a first date, but it was an early date conversation I overheard while I was at a concert from this couple. Oh my. Smart detection expired and not posted chat. Okay. This couple was having this conversation where this guy was like, "Can I tell you more about my media and my music and media diet?" And the woman was like, I really don't like the word diet. And he was like, oh, whatever. And so they had this quick conversation. She was just like, you could just, all she was saying, she's like, he was like, why don't you like the word diet? And she's like, I just have these negative things associated with it. It's got like a lot of negative connotation and and it's just whatever. And so, like as soon as she said, I don't like the word diet, in my brain I was like, oh, I know exactly why. I know exactly what's going on. And he was like so confused. And then, but the reason I shared the story about it was because like he just wasn't, he kind of brought the conversation to a standstill where he was like, well, I kind of feel like you're attacking me. And she's like, no, like you can keep talking. You can tell me about this thing you want to tell me about. I'm just like letting you know that the D word, like, I just don't like that word. And he's like, what word am I supposed to use? She's like, you could use this, that. She like rattled off 4 or 5 words that he could use, but it became this whole whatever. Anyway, in this conversation, you just made me think of that because it's like, I feel like no women overhearing that conversation would be at all confused.
Yeah.
Even if I'm not triggered by the word diet, because it doesn't mean, because when I refer to like, oh, my diet is of da-da-da, I don't mean like I'm on a diet. You know what I mean? I just mean like I have a diet.
Your dietary intake.
Exactly. My diet consists of a lot of things. Sometimes it consists of 5 slices of cake in a matter of just a couple of days.
Well, I mean, cake is cake.
Yeah, cake is cake. Exactly. But I understood like immediately as soon as she said that, I was like, oh, yeah, I get it. I know exactly where this comes from. And he couldn't wrap his head around it in the first place, but then he also like couldn't continue on with the conversation because he just thought that it was like, whatever. The guy was fucking annoying. Anyway.
That's so like, I don't know. I'll like mention something. I'm like, oh yeah, I have some like medical something, and the guys are like what? Like, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, just like, I'm like, eating is sometimes a little off, and they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, I don't want to like drop this on you, but like, like this is a whole conversation that you don't want to have.
Yeah, that's rough. I think that's why I like terms like disordered eating.
Yeah.
Like relationship with food.
The guy that I was talking about earlier that I work with, like after he was like, yeah, I only really like eat dinner. And I was like, I looked at him and I was like, sorry, there's a word to describe your eating habits. And he was like, what? I was like, disordered.
Well, again, I want to leave room for the fact that like...
Yeah, there are some people, but his specific, I know him and like his, like what his diet consists of and his days. Because like for our school, it starts at 7:10. So most of the kids are up by like 5:30. And so it's like going from 5:30 and not eating until probably like most kids my age don't eat until like 9. So it's like,
yeah.
Especially for, he's 17, for a 17-year-old boy.
Yeah.
Who's going to the gym twice a day. I was like, 1 meal plus pre-workout.
Twice a day, that is wild. Jesus. Yeah. I went through some phases like that where I was exercising twice a day and not eating enough for that. It's bad.
I'm excited. I'm going to start working out in like small capacities again.
Nice. As long as it's like healthy and not obsessive in that sense, I don't go to the gym now either.
It was different before because I was on a team and I was like compared to, I was the worst on the team, like literally named dead last. And so it was like, but I think once I start going to the gym, it's more of like I'm doing what I want.
Yeah. I had the opposite experience. See, like, because I grew up as a dancer, I danced a lot and, I was in musical theater stuff and as well. But as an adult, I didn't really have dance classes or anything like that. I mean, dance just is very obviously athletic and kept me pretty fit and whatnot. But as an adult, I've had different phases where I would go to the gym, I would do yoga, I would do whatever, different things. I would try jogging at different phases of the time. It was always, almost, not always, but like it was almost always from an unhealthy thing. Like I just, I would go to the gym. it was just triggering for that sort of thing, right? Because like I wouldn't go to the gym because I enjoyed it. I wouldn't go jogging because I enjoyed it or
It was
anything
for a
like that.
result.
It was always for results and always body. And then it would also it would inevitably lead to like, okay, well I did, this exercise, there's calorie counters on the fucking machines. And it would be like, okay, well, I need to eat something before that. What can I eat before that? Like, what's a good thing to eat? What's an okay thing to eat before that? And then after the fact, I would be ravenous and be like, okay, well, what am I allowed to eat? But if I eat too much, does that like undo the exercise and da 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 da? So like, for me, I think, I don't know. I haven't tried it really since I fully kind of like got to this health.
I have some nutrition advice
mentality,
if you start going to the gym again.
What's that?
Well, if you go to a running store, because I don't know where I live in Georgia, and the only stores that we have are in Georgia. There's one in Florida, but because it's a smaller business. But we have, and I'm sure other running stores, they'll have like a wall of just straight different kinds of nutritions. There's like, there are different kinds of gels, so it's just like a pack of like kind of gooey, but those are good for like if you don't want to eat before you go to the gym or like, but they're like calories. They have like maybe 100, 200 in them, which is good for like calorie boosting. And then there's also different brands sell like gummies, and each gummy has like a lot of like electrolytes and carbs, or maybe I don't know, carbs in it.
I mean,
and
for
those are
me, I would say also like, for me,
those are good
that's
for like
less
snacky.
of right. I want to be able to like, I don't like the Soylent type. I mean that's whatever. I like protein bars. There's like these protein bars that I have that I like because when I need protein in the morning, if I don't want to like make something whatever for it, they're great because then I can take my meds and we're good. Yes, I don't like the process of cooking food and stuff like that, but also when I eat, I want to enjoy what I'm eating, because again, it's like otherwise it like dangerously goes back to the
Like
era.
you're just eating to eat.
Yeah, I want to enjoy the food I eat. Otherwise, yeah, I just don't want to deprive my brain of that, But also like it's more just like it's not that like it's too much for me to figure out and stuff. It's more just like I don't want to trigger that mentality, and not trigger like with as an instant trigger, but like I don't really want to put myself in that mentality again where it's like every day or at least every week I have this counter going in my head of like what I did at the gym and like what that means for the rest of the thing. You know what I mean? Like I would rather have exercise that is enjoyable. So like I love going for really long walks. I don't often now, but at different points in my life when my life is more conducive to that, like I will walk home. I will take an abnormally long walk home rather than, the subway. And that gives me, is it the most like high intensity workout and stuff? No, but it's like great fucking workout. For a really long time, I was very fit because on set I was carrying really, really heavy equipment and stuff.
Yeah.
And that was great because I enjoyed it. It was my job, and I wasn't like counting. I didn't have to like count calories or reps or anything like that. Now I'm a little frustrated because my life doesn't present those opportunities as often. So if anything, I think I'll probably just start taking like a dance class again, or just force myself to start like going on like much longer walks again. I did get a bike last year, which helped a little bit, but yeah, it's just I'm trying not to like. You will walk exorbitant distances too. Yeah, exactly. So I will, I want it to be less like with the goal being the calorie burn. I want the goal to be something else entirely. That's what it is, basically.
Yeah. I think the reason that I would suggest doing something like that if you went to the gym is just to like, while you're there, number one, your electrolytes will burn very quickly, and even just like normal day-to-day stuff, not high intensity, but like any intensity of a workout, you definitely need like something extra. And that's why, because I don't like eating if I don't like it. And so I have like my set flavors from my brands that I always get.
That makes sense. Yeah. I that's actually, I mean, that's a good point. I'm also, I will say, even without the like exercise thing, because I recently learned I have, or I probably have POTS.
Oh, me too.
Oh, nice. Okay. So yeah, so electrolytes, I'm like, that's something I'm like still learning those warning signs, but that's probably one of the things I'm better at figuring out, where I'm like, oh, you know what? I need more electrolytes right now. So I have like a
Has
whole
caffeine messed with you at all with it?
I don't know. I like caffeine. I need caffeine.
So caffeine, I noticed that after I like accidentally quit just on a whim. I just slowly tapered off. I think it was like over a break or something, and I drink energy drinks, so I didn't have any. And I noticed, because I think it was like 2 years ago, I was like passing out, and my blood pressure's super high, my heart rate's super high. And that's what they like told me to do, but they never told me about caffeine. And then one day I was like, after I accidentally quit caffeine, I was like, I haven't had these dizzy fainting spells as much recently. And then I saw some like random article, and it was like, did you know that caffeine can affect POTS? And I was like, oh boy.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, I did look into it because so I have ADHD, so I also take
Yeah.
Adderall. And I was like looking into it because I was like, Adderall can't be fucking good for POTS. And actually, it's not bad for
Yeah.
it. And it can actually help it, I think, in some cases. Caffeine, I do drink caffeine. I drink
I don't know if I
coffee.
would do caffeine and Adderall. That would,
No, I need it. Otherwise, if I
yeah.
just take Adderall, I'll go to sleep.
Yeah.
It puts me to fucking sleep, which I know is unique. But if I only
If
have caffeine, it
I
will
can
also
drink
put me to
coffee.
sleep.
Yeah, I can drink coffee at like 9 p.m. and be like, oh, so sleepy.
Yeah.
Same. But two things I've noticed, it was like, for my birthday, I got an Apple Watch because I had been noticing, I was like, I feel like my heart rate like randomly will get kind of high. I would be like sitting down and be like, wow, I feel like my heart rate's high. And I have been like watching it, and my resting heart, like, do you watch your heart rate at all?
Sort of. I don't have it like a smartwatch or anything like that, but a while back I was told to get this heart rate monitor thing, and I had to do it like every day, like a couple times a day or whatever like that. So I have yes. I used to.
Yeah, mine's at 120 right now, and I've been sitting in my bed this entire time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
I like
Yeah.
it's gotten worse over time, definitely. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I
guess that makes sense. Caffeine's gonna really fuck with you. That is gonna really.
Yeah. So caffeine will
same
like
too.
worsen symptoms of POTS, but also because your heart rate is already higher with POTS, and then caffeine mixed with it, was terrible. My heart rate was like 135 after I had coffee this morning.
Yeah. Cottage, that basically is POTS. Because I have low blood pressure and like everything basically. I have low blood pressure and like I think just normal-ish heart rate until I like stand up. And POTS is basically defined by if you stand up, if you're sitting down and then you stand up, if your heart rate changes by more than like 30 beats per second, that's POTS. I'm sure they do.
I went to the urgent care the other day because I was having like an allergic reaction, but I was just going to make sure I was good. And they put the like heart rate thing on my finger, and she was like, "Oh, I think I messed it up. Let me do it again." And I was just sitting there, and she was like, "Your heart rate is 111," and I was like, "Yep." Oh, it's always 111.
Yeah. The other day I was at the doctor like this past week, and of course, you know, I was like very relaxed, but I was like sitting down, and then I was asked to like stand up and go into the like room, the nurse, you know, whatever, for triage,
Yeah.
not triage, whatever. But because I like sat down there, you know, and she like did the whole thing, like immediately she was like, oh, like she's like, I think your like blood pressure and stuff is like a little elevated. And I was like, oh, that's like the POTS. I was like, give it a second, you know, give it a second.
Just give me a
Just,
second.
yeah, just a second, you know, whatever. And then it was like, you know, normal, on its way to low. You know what I mean? Like if she'd given it an actual 5 minutes of just me sitting there, it would have been low again. That's, yeah, that's the thing. But
It was like I was at work one day and I was like,
oh wow,
I think it was during the summer. It was during the summer, and it was like 2 years ago. I was at work, and I looked at my coworker, and I was like, I need you to go get my phone, and I'm gonna tell you the password, and I need you to call my mother because I'm going to pass out right now.
oh no.
Because like it was like my vision would go completely, just like white.
Yeah. I could, yeah. I remember. Oh, by the way, I mean, speaking of just disordered eating and stuff, for me, that used to happen a lot when I was eating like a lot of sugar,
Yeah.
alcohol stuff. Like I realized as much as I avoided, because I would avoid carbs, I would avoid sugar, all that stuff. I would try to like do like keto. I mean, not always perfect keto, but like high protein and stuff. And I started realizing that like a lot of my fainting, a lot of it was coming from that. My body
Yeah.
needed and needs carbohydrates, and it needs fat. And I know, you know, fat, yes, you know, whatever. All that
Yeah.
sugar, alcohol, that like fake, you know, sugar stuff and like sweeteners, nuh-uh. Does not, no. It will fuck me up, and I will faint so much more easily with that. Like it will, like literally to the
Yeah.
point where sugar, alcohol, where I eat something that's like sweet, I mean, and this is like an insulin thing, right? And it makes sense too. Like my mom has like hypothyroidism or something like that. Hyper
Right,
or
like, your
hypo?
skin looks so good now.
What's that?
Your skin looks so good now, like after the face mask.
Thank you. Yeah, same with the carb. Yeah, so do I also get the sweats with the heart rate stuff? What do you mean with the heart rate stuff?
If your heart rate spikes and you get sweats, is that what you mean? Also, someone said my name a minute ago. I don't know if they were gonna talk to me.
Yeah, I know what the hyper and hypo mean. I just don't know which one
Yeah.
is my mom. Then keep sweating. Oh, maybe. That's very possible, Cottage. I haven't like paid attention to that.
I also I do, but only when I'm like on my feet.
Okay. That makes sense.
Like it happens a lot when I'm at work and I'm like not doing anything, but I'm just standing.
You sit down and you keep sweating for hours. Interesting.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know. I guess I don't think so. I don't have an experience like that like if I were to describe it. I mean, sometimes I'm like, "Oh, I'm getting sweaty."
I get cold sweats all the time.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Cottage. I have issues with like circulation in general.
Yeah.
So like just my extremities feel weird, but also like I need it to be a lot warmer for me in general so that my body can function.
I was like that for a really long time, and then I hit summer and my eating got really, really fixed. Like my eating was really good this summer, and I've not dealt with like, because used to all of my extremities were freezing and like kind of fuzzy at all times, and like I run hot now.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, that is a good point. Everything works better when I'm
Everything
eating
works better when you're
properly.
eating.
When you're eating, when you properly are getting carbs, fats, and proteins, like, but especially in my experience, carbs and fats, we sleep on them way too much. We focus on protein so much. Carbs and fats keep us fucking going. That is, and I like protein. I think is easy to get in your diet because everything is so protein forward. I think. I mean, easy.
Yeah.
Obviously not if you're just eating like chips or whatever. But I feel like
I
everything
work in
is
a like athletic place, so everything is protein.
protein. Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah. So protein is a lot. I don't know. I try really hard to ensure I get fats, cheese, oil, all that kind of stuff. And I make sure that I'm getting carbs. I need carbs in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. That like much, it just helps so much. Crave fats and salts. Yes.
Salts, yeah.
Yeah.
I crave salt so like I was so young as a kid, and I would like literally like put salt on my finger and eat it. My mom's like, "What is wrong with you?" And I'm like, "It's
Pots.
delicious,
Now you
Mom."
know. Pots. I found having a women's focused vitamin helps. Oh, that's true. Actually, that reminds me. I have to like I have to reorder. I don't have my one a day.
Apparently, POTS is a lot more common with women, especially women who have had COVID.
Yeah. I don't know that I had POTS before COVID. COVID fucked
Yeah,
me up,
me
yo.
neither. I don't think I
Fucked
had
me
POTS
up.
before COVID.
Yeah.
I think I just liked salt.
Well then, no. I mean that is a symptom of POTS, but it's also it could have like exacerbated it and stuff. But
Yeah, I
vitamin D is
feel
really
like
helpful,
I've
yeah.
always dealt with some of that, but I always just passed it off as either eating or just like, whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And vitamin B12 and stuff as well.
My younger brother has brought home COVID so many times. It's like the flu at this point.
Why does he keep bringing it back? How does he keep getting COVID?
He's in middle school. So, yeah. And like when COVID was really, really, he was in elementary school.
Oh.
So it was like
Yeah.
breeding ground. There have been 2 occasions where I have had like kind of COVID symptoms, and like I have no idea where I got it from, but no one else in my house got it. But I have had really bad COVID symptoms, and then, or not really bad, but like, and then my mom's like, "No, it's just allergies. It's just allergies." And so I keep going to school, and then I get I like, wait, I'm making you feel old. I'm sorry. But I keep going to school, and then finally I go to the doctor, and they're like, "Oh, you have COVID." I'm like, "Ah, great."
You have COVID. Not
Well,
that
like, you know when you
back
put a
out like
test in,
COVID.
you
Not
put a test and it like turns immediately.
Oh, yeah. Damn. You thought she was 27? Guys, you want to really feel old? She was 10 years old the last time Trump got elected. 10 years old. Technically 9.
Yeah.
Technically 9 years old.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah.
I was so young. And I remember it too. I remember my mom spent so much time, because I was homeschooled. She spent so much time on a whiteboard. She drew out all the states, and then she had me during, like, while they were calling the states, had me fill them in.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's fun. That's sweet. That's very sweet.
You thought I was 27? Good for you for being too gardened. I wish I was gardened.
Sorry, I'm like...
Cottage cliff, I'm 18.
She's 18. You're too elevated. She turned 18 right after the election.
I was so mad. I had therapy the day after the election, and because my therapist definitely agrees with me, so that was rough.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is so frustrating. Like,
Turned 18 around 9/11. you.
I just decided to buy some more satin PJs. I have been loving this like satin PJ set that I recently got. I got it for free. Oh.
Have you heard about the $98 PJ drama?
Yeah. I haven't even seen the PJs, so I don't know, like...
They are Target quality. Well, they're $75 now, much more affordable.
Wait, hold on. These PJs that I got, like, I looked them up, they're super cheap, you know what I mean? But they're satin, and it turns out they're men's PJs. I had a suspicion that it was, like, a men's PJ set. The women's PJ sets are not that comfy, but oh my god, this set, I can't believe I haven't been wearing like satin PJ sets this whole time. Are you the oldest one in here? Maybe. How old are you? Oh, my head hurts. Hold on. My list. I'm trying to see if there's this like camera I've been wanting to get, this like content creation camera. There's like not as good as this one that I'm on, but it's like a little bit easier to just like, it's a little bit more mobile and flexible. I want to see if there's like a Black Friday deal on it. Something.
Speaking of satin PJs, do you have satin pillowcases for your hair?
Yes. Yeah. I started doing that a few months ago. It's great.
Yeah. I've had mine for like 2 years, I think. I love them so much. I tried a bonnet, and I tried it so many times, and the bonnet did not bonnet.
Yeah, I just I recently got a bonnet. I've used it like just a handful of times so far. I keep forgetting to really use it.
I really like mine for every aspect other than the fact that I take my hair out and it's tangled and not soft, like everyone told me that it would be. But like I love, like, because I have bangs, I love my bangs out of my face and my hair is just up and like...
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my bonnet on.
I'm canceling that. Just canceled the PJs because I don't know. I might end up getting another set of men's PJs or something because they're so comfy.
What brand are they from?
They're like a shitty Amazon brand. That like they're definitely like drop shipped. You know what I mean? Like because like multiple brands have like the same set. But they also like the men's ones have like way cuter like patterns and stuff. The women's are all just like plain, or they have like floral patterns or something. But
I'm not a floral person, but there's this company that does different like they do states and some cities where they're just like white, and then they do a really elegant, like, I think they draw a house that's important, and then like the state flower, and they're so dainty and elegant.
Oh, I think I know. I think I've seen some in that, like in line with that.
I want to go to University of Hawaii, so I was like, Mom, you should get me some Hawaii ones when I go.
Oh, nice. What did she say?
It was a maybe, of course.
A maybe.
Because, good God, who knows if I can go to college in Hawaii.
Why not?
I live in Georgia.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Interchangeable lens. Sorry, I'm just like, I found... Okay. Good.
I did the other day find a satin sleep mask on Amazon, but it was like $30. I don't know.
Do you like
Some
wearing
of those,
sleep masks?
I do, but also I don't know. Because I'm in online school, I don't have to wake up at any time, so
Oh,
it gets bright as hell.
yeah, that's handy, I will say.
Because also, I keep my window completely open because no one can see in, and I have really good natural lighting until it's 9 a.m. and I'm sleepy.
That's good. I'm jealous of that. I don't have good natural lighting in here. Come on, show me the size of this fucking
Sorry, I was putting my
thing.
bonnet. I didn't.
Depth, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah.
University of Hawaii has some really good med majors. Or yeah. I think the most popular thing that they're known for is their like biomedical research, though.
Are you? Flames, where are you going? Yeah, I don't really do sleep masks. I can't have that like on my face. But Philippe has sleep. He's a big sleep mask guy. So he's got a bunch.
I've never been, but I don't know. I was like, ooh, pink, and it's satin.
That's cute. That is cute. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Oh, I guess I have inches here. Yeah. 4.53. 4.5 inches by 2.5. Okay. 4.5 by 2.5. And then thickness 1.77. Okay. I guess it's similar. I don't know. Okay. Well, I'm gonna start getting ready for bed actually while we're here.
Fun.
Listen to my. While we're talking about sleep masks and stuff, one sec. I'm going to remember to use a bonnet tonight. Wait, you need emergency passport? I got an emergency passport recently, like earlier this year, or last year, I guess, last summer, because I had to fly out. It was last year. I had to fly out because my dad was like sick. He was gonna have like a medical thing. He was going to the hospital, and but basically, but I had some ability to do. So it wasn't emergency, but it was like a special last minute thing. So like emergency is like a couple days, but it was like last minute or short term thing. So I had to have like a flight booked within a certain amount of weeks, and then I could call and make an appointment. That's what I needed. Is this how you guys
You're
do
better
it?
than me. I just stuff my hair in there.
Well, because I always did this. I like for a long time I have done this thing with like which has worked out pretty great. And I figure if this is gonna come off, at least it should. I want my hair to be like that. You know what I mean?
Does yours come off in your sleep?
It has a couple times. I don't know. I've only worn it a couple of times. But
I've never had mine come off, and I'm a tosser turner.
Okay. I don't know. Should I just stuff it in there? Maybe I'll do that later this week, because I also think part of it for me is like I like having it up because I get hot around my neck.
Yeah. I don't like when my hair is like all over, and my bangs. I like my bangs off my forehead.
Yeah, same.
Because the forehead acne, oh.
Yeah, I almost like already don't like this on my forehead, but I'm trying to get over it, basically.
I don't know, I have kind of a big forehead, so I can't really give advice.
I do too. I have a 5 head. Have you seen this thing?
It's pretty, like, normal, though. I don't know.
No, I've been made fun of for having a fucking 5 head my whole life. Well, actually, that's not true. I have hated my 5 head my whole life, and I have occasionally had people confirm that I, in fact, have a 5 head.
I did not know that I had a 5 head until elementary school, and then I was made aware of my 5 head, and then middle school, and I was made aware that I have, because my family, like, ethnically is Jewish, but I did not realize that it was, like, that, I don't know, I never, like, looked at my nose side profile, and then someone started really making fun of me.
Wait, God, you sleep with a bonnet as well? I'm learning so much about you guys tonight. And you have great curls. God, they're very healthy looking. So. Well, another reason I don't is because, well, I guess I sleep like on my face. So.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not leaving it there because I just don't want them to get squished, I guess. God has a Dyson Airwrap. Yeah.
I want a Dyson Airwrap so bad.
My mom tried to get me a Dyson Airwrap, and I was like, I don't do that stuff to my hair. I was like, I'm on this curly journey that's all about this, all about that, whatever. So I think it might be counterfeit, but I have a Dyson hairdryer for whatever.
God truly does have the most majestic curls.
Yeah, he does. He does. All right. My head hurts because I did not have enough caffeine today, yesterday, whatever. It is almost 3 a.m. This has been great. This has been very cozy. Thank you all for hanging out.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you for such a great chat. Thank you for coming up and lending such a Gen Z perspective on stuff. I am sorry for your generation's boys that you're gonna fucking deal with growing up next to.
Scary world out there.
Yeah. But hopefully it'll be good. If you guys liked the face mask I did, I swear to God, I was not on here to sell it to you, but look at how shiny my skin is. And there's like no gunk on it. It's not like sticky or anything like that. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna put some moisturizer on before I go to sleep too. But if you want to get it, you should. I really like them. But if you want to do me a favor, buy it through my link. But you don't have to. Obviously, the link you have to go on my profile to find it, because this is not a sponsored thing or anything like that. But yeah, those things are fucking awesome. I'm gonna start trying to do them every Sunday. Knock on wood. I keep saying that. It's not gonna happen. All right. We see that, Tiger. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you all. Please find me elsewhere. This app might be going away. Oh, hi, Enlighten. Now you come in. You keep coming in when I'm like leaving, dude.
Oh, G59.
¿Qué andas cocinando? Nothing. It's just I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep soon. I'm going to sleep now. I'm going to sleep. Nope, don't think about it. What are you talking about? What is happening? There's I feel like there's like 3 conversations that I just stumbled on. No, this is my bonnet. It keeps your hair nice and safe. It protects your hair, basically, overnight when you're sleeping on it. You know. I don't know, dude. You keep coming in here last minute. Sorry. All right. I'm gonna drop this down. All right. Good night, Lucy. Thank you for
Good
coming on.
night. Thank you, of course.
Decline. Sorry, I'm just closing out this thing. Ay. High speed chasing in 5. Really? Oh man, I was thinking of doing that like podcast thing again tonight, and then I just didn't. I totally forgot about that. We could have done that tonight, but whatever. My head is killing me, dude. Okay. I love you guys. Enlightened. I'm sorry I'm leaving. Enlightened. By the way, oye, ¿me mandaste algo? No, right? Because I'm like worried you sent me something. And it got fucking stolen. Just tell me no so I can chill the fuck out. Detrás de los CHP en caliente. Really? When? Shit. Because I didn't get anything, eh? What do you mean it was crazy? Oh, detrás de los CHP en caliente. El ghetto bird. Eso que es. Una semana. Shit. Yeah. It either hasn't arrived or it got stolen. That's why I'm asking, because my fucking... I mean, I haven't had an issue recently with shit being stolen, but every once in a while there's like shit going down in my building where people are stealing shit. What kind of like packaging is it in? But okay, well, no, I'll keep an eye out, eh? I'll just keep an eye out. I also, what's so annoying is like I keep getting the fucking mail people always buzz me, even though they don't bring me anything. Fucking wild people. But UPS. Okay. Tiene tracking. Guachele. ¿Eso qué es? Guachele. Oh, okay. Okay. I'll keep an eye out. Sorry, I like literally I just was like not sure. If you didn't, that's totally fine too. I don't know. I try to pick shit up as soon as it gets here because I don't want it to sit out in case someone does get in to like steal it. They used to do that. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out. I am. Okay. At least now I know for sure that I'm not keeping an eye out for like... Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. I'm excited. I am excited. I hope it doesn't get stolen. Jesus. I'm going to be so sad. I'm going to feel so guilty. Okay. I wasn't doubting you. I literally, like, well, no. Also, just not not trying to fucking pressure you anything. I just don't want shit getting stolen. And I wasn't sure if I was like, yeah, I just don't want shit getting stolen. Is it? Yeah. It is, isn't it? It's glowing. You know where to find those masks. It feels so good. My skin always does look really good afterwards. Anyway. Okay, I'm going to go to sleep. My head is killing me. I love you all. You're the best. Thank you so much for hanging out while we did face masks and talked about disordered eating. You're supposed to sleep with the bonnet on, dude. You're supposed to sleep with it on. That's the whole point of the fucking bonnet, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I did a face mask. I'm leaving now. You missed it. I did a face mask for like 3 hours on here.